Call the Monday, April 6, 2026 meeting of the Louisa County Board of Supervisors to order. Mr. Barlow.
Let me grab this thing. I move we convene in closed session pursuant to the following subsections of Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711. 1, in accordance with Section 2.2, 3711A8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that we go into closed session. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We're in closed session.
Open session.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. We go back into open session. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. I will now poll members certify that to the best of your knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and as identified in the motion for which closed meeting was convened were discussed and considered by the board. If any member believes that the board varied from the purposes stated for the closed meeting, please state so and the reason prior to casting a vote. Mr. McCotter?
Yes.
Mrs. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Woodward?
Yes.
All right, we're back into open session. I would welcome you all. This is the Monday, April the 6th, 2026 meeting of the Louisa County Board of Supervisors. I'd like to welcome those of you that are in the public meeting room, those that are joining us online. We will start the meeting this evening, as we do every meeting, with the invocation by Mr. Barnes tonight and the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd like to join us, please stand.
Let us pray. Must Jesus bear the cross alone and all the world go free? If there's a cross for everyone, there's a cross for me. Father God, we hold up holy hands, Father God, and say thank you. Thank you, Father God, for allowing us to see another day, Father God. But bless this body, Father God, the decision that we make, Father God, we make in the spirit of our manhood in kind in this world. Father God, we first want to say bless the troops, Father God, that are out there, Father God, defending this country, Father God. Protect them, keep them, bring them safe. Father, thank the people in Louisa County, Father God, for their support and their love. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First item of business is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I move that we remove the Louisa County Historical Society under the information discussion items.
Motion.
Move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been properly moved and second that we adopt the amended agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next is the approval of the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Been properly moved and second that we approve the minutes. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next is the approval of the bills.
So moved.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that we approve the bills. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next is the approval of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We don't have any recognitions tonight. Before we get into public comment, because I got a whole lot of cards, and we have a bigger than normal crowd tonight about turf fields and turf field fees. I'm going to ask Mr. Kuhn, the Deputy County Administrator, a point of clarification on Parks and Recreation fees.
Yes, sir. Chairman, members of the board. Point of clarification, there's been a lot of concern about the cost of the turf fields. So before everybody comes and speaks, we just want to make sure that all the information is accounted for. We are proposing a $30 an hour field rental fee for 2-hour minimum. There is a charge, $10 an hour for lights, and it applies to all non-Parks and Rec and non-school users. However, we do have, it's a Louisa community-based discount that we offer right now, and we have for quite some time. So if it is an organization that serves the youth, seniors, or is free and open to the public, and they're a 501c3, it's 2 of the 3 of those, they qualify for a 50% fee reduction, so it would reduce the overall rental cost. So if any organization serves the youth and is a 501c3, those fees would go down to $15 an hour for the fields and $5 for the lights.
Thank you, sir. All right. Having said that, when I call your name during public comment, you have the ability to speak on any subject that is not a public hearing. We do have 4 public hearings tonight, so if you're here for the public hearing, wait till then. When I call your name, come to the podium, state your name and your voting district. You don't have to give your address. This is a time for the public to address the board. The board does not respond. I'll give you a warning when you have 15 seconds. So the first card that I have is Danielle Campbell.
Want to go first?
Hello.
Use the mic.
Oh, do I have to? All right, my name is Danielle Campbell, and I'm with the Jackson Voting District. I'm the travel commissioner for LASA. Our travel program is going into our 5th year, and we serve between 35 and 65 players and their families each season. Our program competes against larger clubs and teams in the surrounding counties. The play at this level of competition is fast and aggressive, and it's essential to have access to quality fields for the safety of our athletes. The current fields that our teams play on are inadequate, and many teams bemoan coming to play in Louisa County. Our players, parents, and coaches are incredibly excited about having the new turf fields in our county and cannot wait to get out there and play on them. Access to these fields will enhance the technical play and increase the speed of the game, allowing for Louisa players to excel at the sport they love. One of the core tenets of our travel program is keeping our fees affordable for the rural demographic we're trying to serve. Increasing the cost by over 50% would be unsustainable for our program. Unfortunately, with the usage price proposed, we cannot justify this expense, and our teams will be unable to utilize this resource. As a travel commissioner for LASA, I'm disappointed. As a parent and taxpayer, I'm frustrated that these fees will fall on our shoulders. I'm asking the board to reconsider the proposed usage pricing of our new public resource. After spending this much money, it seems unfortunate that you'd want the families that participate in the LASA program to shoulder additional costs to utilize the fields that they deserve access to. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next card is Marla Regan.
Good evening. My name's Marla Regan. I'm from the Mineral District. I'm a resident here and have been for about the last 3 years. I'm also a board member of the Louisa Youth Athletic Association.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, bless you. And a mom whose child has benefited from the great camaraderie of youth sports for many, many years. Currently, my child is got eyes on Coach Patrick and what's going on at the high school and is looking forward to being one of those star players as a future Lion. I do want to start off by saying thank you to Louisa for providing this $7 million investment in the new turf fields, as well as an express gratitude for the leadership of James Smith and the Parks and Recreation. It's been amazing. These fields will be a tremendous asset, I think, as you know, for our kids and our community. I'm here tonight with a few requests, but most importantly, please do not increase field fees for our local profit and local nonprofit youth leagues. I share this sentiment with the Louisa Area Soccer Association, LASA, and together we serve more than 1,100 Louisa County athletes and families. When fees go up, registration costs go up, and some families simply cannot deal with this. Both leagues are striving to keep the league fees to a minimum to make sure every child who wants to play can play without a hefty financial burden. Ensuring these fields remain accessible and affordable is critical to both of our programs. Small increases like field fees can and will create real barriers for many of our families. We recognize the importance of stewardship, maintenance, and cost recovery. However, local nonprofit youth organizations should not have to face the same requirements as those organizations who plan to do tournaments or non-local users and carry that financial burden on our shoulders. Furthermore, our families already support these facilities through the taxes that we pay as residents. Currently, our fundraising goes towards equipment, uniforms, in some cases scholarships, among other things, and it should not have to go towards higher field fees. With 100% volunteer staff, our fundraising goes straight back to every single kid that is registered in our program. To increase the field fees would diminish our opportunity to deliver to our young future. I'm going to remind you about that kid that I have that's looking towards being a future Lion, just so you know. He wouldn't be able to do so without youth programs like this one. So I'm asking you to do do three things and consider this. One, adopt a clear resident nonprofit rate separate
15
from.
seconds.
Yes, sir. Separate from out of county and tournament pricing. Allow play conditions. Light rain should not prevent us from using its synthetic fields. They are turf after all. And finally, we would like to see a partnership with the county to drive participation and overall cost recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is James Wade.
Good evening, everybody. My name is James Wade. I'm in the Jackson District. I'm here to, they call me the hype man for the youth. I'm there from sun up, sundown, every day supporting everybody. I'm a graduate 99 of Louisa County High School. The fields are great, but raising the fees, it would be sad to see some of these kids not be able to afford and not be able to play. I stand behind every child, whether they're mine. I got 3 in, 2. One is getting ready to go into JV, been with Patrick since January, and just hopes to be a future lineman, along with my other 2 as well. They're going to be on the same team with LYA this year, and just it's so many kids that have touched out that don't have it at home. They've looked up to me as like a leaning shoulder, because I scream for any kid, no matter what it is. So if the fees was waived, not all the way, I understand that, but lower as possible, so these kids can play as well as the next kid. It'd just be heartbreaking to see a kid to be sitting on the sideline knowing his family couldn't afford. I mean, if push comes to shove, I'll pay for the kid, but wouldn't have to do that. I got love for the game, and like I said, all my kids are going to be going through, and hopefully be graduates of the high school in the near future. Sorry, I didn't have it really together. Never been that like this, but yeah, if y'all could just consider the things of that nature, because obviously the higher fees, then they got to dig in their pocket to get higher out, and some can't hardly afford it as we speak. But we'll try to do what we can with them. So that's about all I get. Sorry.
You're doing fine?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Libby Sandridge.
Hello, my name is Libby Sandridge. I've been a resident and a realtor in Lake Anna in Louisa County for over 20 years. I'm here about tax assessment. I think I spoke to quite a few of you already about this, and I was lucky enough to have a meeting with the tax assessors and still no good answer for the assessment on my personal home. And I'm just talking in general about tax assessments. One thing I do know is I do know values of homes. That's what I've been doing for over 20 years in my life. And my home, I could never sell my home for what I'm tax assessed at. The other thing is, I think that we need to really just start at the bottom up on the assessment of how you do the assessment of homes. My neighbor, mine went up last year for 2025, 16.48%. And then they added more to it when I gave them comps for my house. Okay, then it went up even higher. Then this year it's gone up another 17%. I have not added on any rooms. I have not changed the structure of my home. My home is 6 years old. At the meeting, I never got a solid answer showing me what kind of comps justified the price of my home. Not one. So something needs to be done. The main thing is it's not fair for anybody in the county, because tax assessments, if they're going to go up every year, then they need to be based solely on cost of living and inflation rates. That's just the bottom line to anything. It should be. One neighbor's went up 3.4%. Mine went up 17%. The other neighbor on the other side of me went up 3.4%. One went up 10%. One went up 9%. And we're all lake access homes. Okay? And I just don't understand why my neighbor's house only went up 3.4%. The one on the other side of me went up 9%, and mine goes up 17%. None of these structures had any changes in their homes. I know them all very well. We have a good neighborhood. I love where I live. But this is not sustainable. My husband just retired from the power plant. And I feel like I'm paying rent back to the county to live in my home after we've worked so hard all our lives to build. And it's like paying rent. And on top of that, then you got to throw in the personal property tax. It's like I've got to make a check out to Louisa County it's like another rent. And it's you're tax assessing people out of their homes. I know we're the third fastest growing county in the state. There are only two above us. That's New Kent County and Goochland. I don't know what their taxes are, but I think we need to look at that. The only explanation I got from the assessor's office is that they
15
have to go by the state, some kind of state law. And it still never told me how can the state know what my house values are? They don't. So it's a rigmarole. It's a joke. It's just not right. It's not right and it's not fair. And I feel like it's based solely on county needs and budget. It's not based on the true value of my home.
Thank you, ma'am. Diane McCourt.
Hello, my name is Diane McCourt. I'm part of Louisa, is my voting. I'm part of LASA. I'm on the sponsorship of the board, portion of the board. I have 2 kids in the LASA program. First, I just want to say thank you for investing in these fields and having a place for our kids to play. This is a huge investment in our youth sports, and I'm very excited about the opportunity to let them play. These are 2 large turf fields that are supposed to support local organizations like LASA and LYAA. We want to partner with the county to make sure they're used as intended. We had a couple concerns. First is the cost, which you guys addressed at the beginning of this. Our original thought was that it was $30 an hour with no lights and $40 an hour with lights, plus a $30 an hour supervisor fee. At that price, it of course priced out our rec teams entirely, and it would increase our challenge and travel families 33 to 50%. Ultimately, that would impact our participation and access to the kids in our community. The other concern that we had is we were informed that the weather restrictions were not allowed to play in any type of rain, including light rain. And this would remove the major benefit of turf fields, which are all-weather play. This would limit scheduling and reduce field availability. The other third concern was that fields must be reserved at all times, meaning that families cannot use them to throw a ball, practice, or even run around if they wanted to. These fields were funded by taxpayer dollars and should have some reasonable public access. In a little bit of research that has been done, we found that Parks and Rec, at least to my understanding, recovers about 80% of its operating costs through fees. In comparison, many counties are closer to 25%, relying more on public funding to keep programs affordable. I respect that there is new key revenue sources, including data center funding, that are planned for important county priorities. At this time, we ask for consideration of this increased revenue should support Parks and Rec to allow for those reduced costs for youth programs, greater access for families, and better alignment with surrounding counties. I did reach out to the surrounding counties around the cost of turf fields. Spotsylvania, I spoke to Brian. He informed me that the turf fields are owned by the school, but the Parks and Rec does not pay for them at all. In Henrico, I speak with Albert. They have no fees for their nonprofit organizations for practices or games, but they do require a 3% revenue share for camps and clinics. I've also reached out to Prince William County and Caroline County, and they have not yet responded. I understand that we spent a large portion of money to have safe fields for our community and create opportunity for tourism in Louisa County. We would like to partner to make sure that we can do those things, but the costing structure, as we originally understood them, would not give us any of that opportunity because they would be too hard to host camps and tournaments at that rate.
15 seconds.
Thank you. Ultimately, while we are looking for a reduced or eliminated practice and game fees for 501(c), that it makes it guaranteed instead of the use of the word may, which I read this just a little while ago. And then to remove the additional operating fees and the light fees. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Melissa Young.
Hi, I'm Melissa Young. I'm a Town of Louisa resident and 20-year Louisa County resident and parent of 2 high school soccer players. I'm here tonight with two concerns about the proposed fees and regulations for the new turf fields. First, we're so grateful to have the amazing new turf fields. My kids have almost aged out of the local community nonprofit programs. However, existing playing surfaces, fields with holes and divots, aren't acceptable for serious training and play. The new turf fields represent a real opportunity to give Louisa County kids something better. But if the proposed pricing puts those fields out of reach for youth organizations, we've built something our community can't actually use. These groups work hard to keep participation costs low so that cost is not a barrier. High facility fees will either price them off the turf completely or force rate increases that price families out of the programs. I understand the fields came at a significant cost and there will be some ongoing maintenance cost. Redo. Sorry, taking that off because of your announcement at the beginning. My second concern is public access. My two sons have loved having school practice on the turf, and this summer, one thing they're most looking forward to is getting out there on a decent field, working on their skills, staying active, enjoying their sport without spending an extra hour in the car. We regularly go to fields in Charlottesville, we go to fields in Richmond, we go to fields in Northern Virginia, we go to fields in Southern California when we visit. All of them public access, all of them open during set hours, all of them available with no fees and no problems. As I read the proposed regulations, I'm concerned that the fields will only be accessible when rented, since supervision appears to be a key component of the rental rules. The people who show up when the fields are open tend to be as invested as anyone else in keeping them in good condition. They're built for them and they want to get the maximum benefit. When I attended a prior meeting about these fields, one of the supervisors emphasized the importance of ensuring these fields were available to the community, not just the schools where my kids do benefit from them and love them, but the community. And with the proposed rules and regulations, my concern is that the community will not be able to access them and the fields will sit empty, which will not show the true value of them. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Early Lucrece. Did I get it? Yeah.
One day.
So before you speak, he normally puts it down phonetically for me when he does it. He didn't put it down phonetically now.
I thought you
It's
got
on
it
you.
by now.
It's on you,
so-
Hurley.
You would think.
So, I wanted to take this time to say thank you to the board and to all government staff for their efforts in increasing governmental transparency, and I encourage all county residents to be more involved in their local government. I want to be clear, I don't agree with every decision made by the board, and I definitely do not agree with the viewpoints of every board member. I'm not here to praise the board, but I rather thank them for the specific issue and the hard work that the county staff does. That being said, I believe the board ultimately does what is best for the people. As a student who is hopeful in having a political career, I'm very appreciative to be able to study local government and apply it to a larger degree. Documents, agendas, and meetings are so easily accessible in this county due to the hard work of county staff. From Mr. Adams' weekly videos to the budget roadshow to quick responses to emails, I recognize that the board is trying to remain transparent in the work being done. I also believe that all citizens should be more involved in local government. These decisions being made are the ones that matter most to us. Whether you are speaking in opposition to something or supporting the board in a proposed resolution, I think everyone's voice deserves to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Hurley. Joe Kelly. That one was so easy.
Harley's is too.
Good evening. Jill Kelly, Mountain Road District. Again, with other citizens here, I am grateful for the investment the county has made in the turf fields for our youth. And I agree with what everyone else has said this evening about them. And I did not realize there was going to be a 50% discount, so I'm very appreciative of that, and so that changes a lot of what I have to say. So just two things. I would like you to reconsider the supervisor fee that would be charged for the rental, because they currently do not have a supervisor fee when they rent fields from the county. And then also reconsider no use in the rain, as that was what turf fields are designed for. Thank you.
Jennifer Phillips.
Hello, how
class tonight. I'm Jennifer Phillips. I'm in the Jackson District, a longtime Louisa County resident and Louisa graduate. So I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of Louisa families and our youth athletes. Investing in our turf field is not a luxury. It's a necessity if we want to continue growing youth sports in Louisa County. Quality, reliable fields allow our athletes to practice more consistently, develop their skills, and compete at a higher level. Most importantly, they create a safe and dependable environment for our kids. However, as we discuss improvements, we also must talk costs. Many of our football families have multiple children participating in sports. Registration and participation fees already total hundreds of dollars per season, placing a real financial strain on families. Any increase in field use fees, which I'm glad to hear the 50%, will not solely be absorbed by organizations. It will be passed directly to families through higher registration costs or increased fundraising demands. If we continue down this path, we risk pricing out the very families these programs are meant to serve. It is also important to recognize that not all youth is interested in or able to participate in the higher level travel teams and leagues. Those opportunities often come with significant higher costs that many families simply cannot afford. Local registration programs provide something, recreational programs provide something just as valuable, a place for kids to stay local, play with their friends and classmates, and learn to love the game. Keeping costs low allows our local 501c3 organizations to keep the door open for all youth athletes, regardless of their skill level or of their dreams. Every child deserves the opportunity to play, to grow, and feel part of something. Our youth organizations exist to support Louisa's children, not to generate profit. When the fees become too high, these fees become too high for these organizations to operate, we unintentionally open the door for outside groups, tournaments, and private leagues to take their place on the fields that Louisa taxpayers fund. That does not support our local youth. It sends a message to me that revenue from outside groups is being prioritized over the access of our own children. At this time, Louisa County is growing. Families are choosing to move here for a reason. Our local schools are amazing, our sense of community, and the opportunity to raise their children in a place that puts them first. We should be reinforcing that promise and not creating barriers for participation. Providing our youth with top-tier facilities should go hand in hand with ensuring our families remain accessible, affordable, and for families who live here. When we invest in our kids, we're building a stronger, more community-minded individuals, a stronger Louisa County. I urge you to consider a path that supports both growth and accessibility. Let's improve our fields without placing additional burdens on our
15 seconds.
families who rely on them. Let's ensure Louisa remains a community that truly puts its youth first. I remember to tell you this, we're one pride, one community, one roar. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Kristen Barmore.
Good evening. I'm Kristen Barmore.
Houston.
Oh, you want me there?
Yeah,
Okay.
there you go.
I was just trying to, okay. And I live in the Cuckoo District. I'm here to talk about assessments. I would like to request that the supervisors review the way property tax assessments are assigned and the yearly increases in areas around the lake are established. Our property tax doubled in the 5 years since 2021. In 2021, we paid $9,500. This year, if the taxes aren't reduced, we'll be paying almost $19,000 a year for our property taxes, and our property has not doubled in value in that time. When we were given a list of comparable homes around Lake Anna to value our home, owners of comparable homes and nicer homes than ours were paying much less tax than us, like they have the listing in the comparable, so we couldn't figure that out. I again request that the supervisors conduct an overall review of how home assessments are established. It seems the tax assessors issue a yearly increase for certain areas or houses with no regard for what similar homes are paying in tax. And I'm actually afraid to appeal our assessment because I did appeal the assessment when we first bought our lot, because a few months after we bought the lot, we got an assessment that was probably about 30 or 40% higher than what we paid for the lot. And they gave us a small decrease in our assessment on our lot. But then ever since that, our rates have gone up between 12 and 18% per year, every year. So I almost feel like we're being penalized for having that decrease. Another request that could help all Louisa County residents would be to dedicate a significant amount of upcoming Amazon tax windfall to reducing property taxes, not just spending it on more services. We drive by the unsightly complex every day, deal with traffic delays because of dump trucks entering and exiting Kentucky Springs Road, deal with mud in the road, deal with slowing down to ride behind street sweepers, deal with traffic delays when oversized loads come to the Amazon site, deal with traffic delays when construction related to Amazon has caused partial road closures, deal with unsafe truck drivers nearly hitting us. I'm hoping that there won't be unexpected additional impacts when the data centers come online. It would make people feel a little better about the unwanted data centers if they resulted in a decrease in property tax and help all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen, I know where you live, but you didn't say it for the record. Just say Cuckoo District.
Oh, the Cuckoo District.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you.
I think he wanted to get into
Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Dr. Michael Huffman, and I am the Executive Director and Professor of Constitutional Law with the Virginia Assembly of Independent Baptists, and I want to thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. And I come to you tonight with respect for each one of you and the offices that you hold. I realize with you that there's very little thanks when you're involved in politics. When you became supervisors, you took an oath, not to a party, not to a preference, not to a political movement, but to the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia. That oath is not ceremonial, it is binding. It is the standard by which every vote, every resolution, and every public action must be measured. Last month I stood before you and I laid out for you specific provisions of the Constitution and the Code of Virginia that were violated in the process leading to this redistricting amendment. I did not offer opinions, I cited law. I did not offer speculations, I cited the Constitution. And I did so because your oath requires you to defend the Constitution when it is being disregarded. Last month, the board began with a resolution opposing the redistricting attempt being pushed by the left to gerrymander the congressional lines of this Commonwealth. As a professor of constitutional law, a member of the General Assembly, and as a voter in every election, I supported that resolution. I laid out for you the constitutional violations, and I encouraged you that your position of opposition was not only correct, it was required. Not simply because this amendment is a bad idea, but because it is unconstitutional. And when something violates the Constitution, your oath obligates you to oppose it. That is why I was deeply disappointed when the resolution was amended from opposed to concerned. Those two words are not the same. Concerned means passive. Opposed means active. Concerned observes a problem. Opposed confronts it. And your oath requires confrontation when the Constitution is being violated. I want to respectfully encourage this board to restore its original position and publicly change the wording back from concerned to oppose. This is not about telling people how to vote. That's not the role of this board. It's not about what I'm asking you to do. This is about you upholding the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia by opposing a member that violates it. Last month, one member of this body said, quote, "I think we can trust our citizens to vote the right way," end quote. That statement was made immediately after two individuals stood at this lectern and urged everyone to vote yes for this amendment. Again, this is not about directing votes. It's about this board having the courage to uphold the Constitution you swore to defend. Not to be merely concerned, but to oppose what opposes our Constitution and our constitutional republic. I urge you to stand where your oath requires you to stand. Thank you so much for your time and your service to the County of Louisa.
Thank you, sir. Jonathan Christian.
Follow that? Come on now. Okay. I'm Jonathan Christian. I'm in the Mineral District. So I'm a board member, a coach, and a parent for LASA. Specifically, I'm the Challenge Commissioner. And so as Challenge is our program is the transition between recreational play and then travel play. It's where players can first step into the waters of competitive soccer, which can get a little crazy. But ultimately, we encourage them to be creative, dream. What do you want from soccer? What does the future look like for you? And how do you get it? And so I just want to bring to you just a couple of outside perspectives. I've had the privilege for several years to see these players dream big and be creative. We're trying to breed a new type of player. We have cast a specific DNA on the program and with LASA that uniquely sets us apart from other clubs. And it's starting to show. I think you've started to see it on the soccer fields right behind the high school recently. This has been a long, about 5-year process as we're trying to change the competitive narrative of soccer in this county. So one thing to be considered of, there's one particular player, I remember he came to tryouts, the travel tryouts, and I'll withhold his name, but his mom cleans houses professionally. And she let me know that the only reason why he was able to compete and play travel soccer level is because of a family inheritance from death of a family member. At LASA, we have drawn a line in the sand to say, how much does the program actually cost to run? How much should it cost? And then what can we do about it? We should be creative. And so because of that, we are about 3 to 7 times cheaper than comparable clubs. And both of our travel teams right now are in the top of their competitive divisions. Didn't know if you know that. Our travel teams are starting to bring home hardware from major tournaments in Williamsburg. Didn't know if you knew that. And yet, we still have players that can't afford shoes. So when we talk about a 50% reduction, appreciate it, thank you. How much does it actually cost? How much should it cost? And then what can we do to be creative about that cost? Because we've drawn a line in the sand and said that competitive soccer needs to not be like this. Kids should not have to pay, parents should not have to pay what is the equivalent of college enrollment with the faint hopes that someday that they'll get a Division I scholarship, which is, the percentages are not favorable. And so instead of having these families pay to play, we've decided that cost should not be a barrier. And so we've drawn that hard line in the sand, and we have a group of dedicated people sitting behind me that have been working towards that effort for years and years and years. And that line has not moved. Other programs continue to raise their prices.
15 seconds.
And we have not. And so that's what I'm asking you today is when you review this, and Diane's already given the perspective from the business for LASA for why, how much does it actually cost? How much should it cost? And then what can we do to be creative about it? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mike, you live in Green Springs and you want to talk about turf fields. I'm not even going to try your last name. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah. So I won't be 3 minutes, but I do appreciate the time.
Name.
Mike Pascarella,
Green
Green Springs District. I'm here as a parent of a soccer player for the LASA program. We've been doing it now for about 5 years. It's been a great program. My son has learned a lot. To Christian's point, we have come back with trophies. The team has improved continuously throughout the years. It's been actually really great to watch them grow. I have 2 other kids who also want to keep playing soccer. The point is, like, I support everything that they've said prior to this. You know, it's on a budget because it should be, because it's for the kids, it's for the community. The turf fields were built with our taxpayer money, and therefore we should have good and equal right usage of it. And as Christian said prior, like, I agree, like, we need to think creatively. It's like design thinking of, like, how can we generate income to support the operational costs of this of these fields. I mean, there should have been a forethought when it was being built and budgeted. If it wasn't, you know, hey, it's okay. We have an opportunity now to correct that and use some of the new tax revenue that's coming into this county to adjust and overset some of those things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any more cards, but is there anyone else that would wish to address the board during public comment period? Anyone? Okay, before we move on, we have received by email a couple emails that they wanted to enter into the public comment, which we will. One is from Diane McCourt. about turf fields. She echoed most of what was said here today. And I have one from Lindsay Christic in the Louisa District, and this is a formal letter to oppose the Valley Link project that is slated right now to impact Louisa County. So again, before I close the public comment, I'll ask that question one more time. Is there anyone that would wish to address the board before we close public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and move on to information and discussion items. The first discussion item is a presentation, an update on Firefly, presented by Gary Wood and Galen Creekmore. Mr. Wood?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it is great to be back in Louisa, and we have, thank you, Mr. Goodwin.
It's good to have you here. Let's start with that. It's always good to see you all.
It is good to be here, and I have the delight of saying we do have our president and CEO, Mr. Wood, and a member of our board of directors with CVC and Firefly, Miss Lisa Jackson, who lives in the Green Springs district. And a longtime resident.
That's your district. That's your Henry district. Sorry. Wrong district.
Excuse me. Sorry. I was giving. Okay. I was repeating information. Don't hold that against me, Mr. Barnes.
That's okay.
But longtime resident of Louisa, they'll be here to answer any questions as I push through this. It really is great to be in Louisa and bring a great update. I'd say the headline of the update tonight is we're approaching the finish line.
Yay.
And let's get into some of those details and show you where we stand and what work is left to do. Because as soon as I say we're nearing the end, let's be clear, work continues and there are pieces of the puzzle we'll fill in. This map will look familiar to you because this is the same map I have brought time after time and just changed the colors of statuses. And
a lot of blue on there.
That's right. That's actually, thank you. That was the point I was going to make.
Put a comment there, a lot of blue.
Nearly every update, the board makes a comment, and Mr. Chairman, you have several times, how do we turn the county more blue? Because blue is good. And there has been a lot of different colors over the years on this map, and you can see there is a lot more blue. We can return back to this map. I have obviously a couple of other points we will get to, and there's some writing on here you can't even read, but we can blow it up later. A quick point on the color differences between in service in blue versus connecting now. In blue is areas where we have finished the bulk of connections there, but new registrations happen every day in those areas in blue. So we're still connecting new registrations there. The green are areas where we're pushing through still a backlog of a few registrations that we're still working through to get to the primary tranche of registrations that were there. So we're actively working through those service drops and connecting those folks. And then you'll see we can come back to some of these tiny areas that are still in some form of connecting down. Many of these are private roadways where we were waiting on private easement access, and we've gotten that private easement. And that's a lot of the work that is left is going down, half-mile extensions down a private roadway or something like that. This, again, I'll come back to VATI 2024, but this is a map that I didn't want to put the VATI 24 dots on this map because it would be too much. But keep in mind the overall project does include locations that were identified in the second half of this is a later grant that the VATI 2024 was a different type grant that identified individual rooftops that were remaining, essentially holes in the broadband mapping that we knew there were unserved homes along the 33 corridor or in Blue Ridge Shores or around the town of Louisa. But the federal broadband maps always said they were served. These dots represent actually self-reported locations by the incumbent cable provider as being unserved and made them eligible. This is a refresher on VATI 24 grant, but made these eligible for state funding by the individual locations. So that's why they show up as individual dots instead of shapefile zones like the rest of them around them. you can see the majority of the extensions into what is left, because I know that will be your next question, is this is great, but what's left? The majority of the work in what we call the VATI 2024 locations, which, by the way, that name is just the name that the state assigned to that grant round. That's why it's called VATI 2024. That's when it came out. It will essentially be service drops or small laterals. You can imagine our network crisscrosses the uncolored portions to reach the unserved blue portions. So the dots are really small extensions. It's not major fiber construction work. And I can show you some of the numbers of what it looks like now in the blue areas, and then what VATI 24 will look like. So the big update, and I didn't have my balloons and confetti ready to go, but at the top of the page here, 11,545 active locations in Louisa County today.
Wow.
I can remember when I was before the board celebrating 500, and we're here nearing 12,000. And the important sub-bullet to that is the major construction in the county is complete. That doesn't mean we're not working in a few small areas, like Billy B. Road, for example, comes to the top of my mind. That was one of those examples that was a private easement. We were waiting on that to get cleared. It's cleared. It's now cleared for fiber construction. So small little areas that may be a mile or so of underground work remain in what was kind of those, what you can think of as those blue areas, the VATI 2022 areas. The second half of this is, of course, the VATI 24 areas that I spoke to briefly that will be small extensions off of our existing network. So there's a difference in, you may ask, okay, you got almost 11,500 connections. Where does that put us as far as the finish line? What I was reporting to you for years up until this point was we assumed a 60% take rate off of our total passings in the project, which would put us at 10,680 anticipated connections. We've already blown past that. So in some regards, we've smashed our goal and surpassed a 60% take rate. There's a few caveats in that the total passings number in the bottom bullet, the 17,800, is what I brought to you over time. This is what the grant project total passings cost. That was set in about 2021 when we first applied for the grant. So of course, Louisa has added homes, as you know, since 2021. So of course
Fourth fastest growing in the county, in this Commonwealth, fourth.
Got it. Not that we're keeping track or anything. So that would account for, you may wonder why we've blown past. First of all, it means we're doing a great job and the community has recognized us as a good partner, and we're connecting more than we thought. Number two is we've added more homes than what was first captured back in 2021 when we created the application. So there's a few reasons for that. So we have surpassed the benchmark where we thought I would have told you that's about what we'll connect currently. But we have probably a few hundred left to connect, meaning the VATI 2024 locations and the few left that we had to connect in VATI 2022. And that will get us to essentially complete the first build out phase, meaning in years we have seen legacy areas, meaning legacy areas that we've been in for a while on our own electric footprint and Central Virginia Electric's footprint. As the years go on, we may approach 80%. There's places we have 90% take rates. There's no reason to expect in areas of Louisa we'll see that trajectory climb, but we're still in kind of the first build-out phase. As years go by, we'll continue to connect those new connections in those areas. So my note on the bottom is really encapsulating what I said. We may finish closer to 19,500 total passings, meaning a complete build-out of the grant areas and some of the non-grant areas around town, for example, as we get to the 2024 locations. And that also kind of accounts call it a 2 to 3% growth per year in Louisa since 2021. That shows a successful project and it's growing. So this is a review of some of those numbers. I won't bore you with all those details. It reiterates the investment first of kind of the first half of the project, and then the second half of the project, meaning the VATI 24 locations that were meant to fill in those holes. We'll have about 430 passings within that project, probably a little over 100 additional passings that are served passings that we have to pass to get to the unserved within 2024, if that makes sense, along our fiber route to reach those homes in the VATI 24 locations. The next slide is something pretty exciting that I didn't know was coming down the pipe, but I got in my email inbox. Well, actually, that's the next slide. These are our online resources. I want to go on record and remind citizens that you can access this at any time to check your status, check your individual map. The maps I shared tonight are really hard to read. They're not meant for, research, but we have maps that are you can zoom in on and provide road names if citizens have not done so already. That exists 24/7 for you. This is a screenshot of an email that I received that everyone on the listserv would have received from the state of Virginia, from Department of Housing and Community Development. Has their Office of Broadband publishes a monthly newsletter. And I was surprised to see that the map of the month at the center of the email was Louisa County. That they didn't tell us they were going to publish this, but I want to read for the board and the citizens that it is entitled, and this is a straight screenshot from it, Louisa County leading the way. Today, Louisa leads the Commonwealth, having connected more locations to broadband than any other county in Virginia. From 2022 to 2025, Louisa has connected 11,037 locations to broadband. And this is the second map below it that I couldn't fit on the first slide. But this shows their connection number is actually a little outdated because the connection 11,500 is what I gave you that is most up to date. But it doesn't really matter the exact number, but the color shading, you can see in 2022, there were large sections of the county that, as you know, didn't have cell service, but also had 0% broadband coverage. And in just, this represents 3 short years, from 20, or 2.5 years, 2022 to 2025. We have really filled in a massive hole and a massive need in the county. And as I said, we're nearing completion. And that speaks to the leadership of this board and the willingness to partner with Firefly, the leadership of Mr. Wood standing behind me tonight. Mr. Wood is able to assemble a team through his leadership because of the direction of the board of directors. They were able to give that our board of directors bought into a plan that was brought to them that accepted a lot of risk and a lot of debt service, right, Gary? And we got behind the project through your partnership, and the success speaks for itself. As I was researching this newsletter, I went on the broadband page, web page that I've hyperlinked here for the state of Virginia. And I was shocked to see Louisa County again. They give free press. We don't even get a notification. This is a screenshot from a PowerPoint presentation that they have put on their website that I've hyperlinked called Community Spotlights. And this is the first iteration of such a presentation. Louisa was recognized among 3 other counties
I remember that.
under the heading of Virginia's Leaders in Broadband Expansion. And I think that speaks for itself. The screenshot, actually, I recall the event where the picture was taken from. I think it was in around
At the high school.
It was at the high school and auditorium. I think it was around 2020. I remember it was the mask time period. I remember all of us wearing masks. And I recall the former Green Springs district supervisor stood up and gripped the podium, and his opening remarks was, "Louisa leads." And it was amazing to see the state really echoing that byline in two different places that Louisa is indeed leading. So with that, all of us will yield for questions, and again, we can get into any specifics, but it's great to be before the board again.
If I can, let me touch three quick things. One, Ms. Jackson never ages, but someone had a birthday yesterday and had an event planned, and she canceled it to come here.
Oh,
That's great. The second thing is, we've had great partners, and we really, the greatest partnership here has been with Louisa County, and we appreciate everything you've done to support us, both financially and with your words and all the things that you've put up with while we've been building all this across your county. But Rappahannock Electric and Dominion have been great business partners as well, and really helped us out. And it's because of all of those groups coming together that we've been able to build a great network that's going to last a long, long time with a lot of local folks. S&N's headquartered here, and a lot of the crews are local. So it's really been a really small regional project that will support, and we're going to stay regional. We're not going anywhere. We're not selling it. We're just going to stay here, provide great service for as long as anybody wants it. So thank you again for your partnership.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hey, thank you. Can you go back to your first map?
Yeah.
Please. So in the Mount Hope Locust Creek, we have an anomaly over there. We have a house in the county that is serviced by a road that comes in through Hanover, which is where the power comes in.
Well aware
with
of it.
2 or 3 citizens. We're having a hard time with Hanover. They're still a Louisa County citizen. We're having a hard time with Hanover's fiber provider, not Hanover. Hanover's doing a good job. What are we doing about that? I got a call from her today. She calls about every 30 days, and I can't give her any answers, and I'm not sure you can either. I'm just desperation here saying, hey, and I know we have anomalies like this that involve railroad track crossings and things like that, so I understand that, but what do we?
Yeah, a few things.
I'll take this one.
Sure.
Because this one in particular, I know what you're talking about. It's in Rappahannock territory, and to build to it, we're going to have to build about 2 or 2.5 miles of line to go past about 4 homes. So
I understand.
That's why it made sense. Now, on the other hand, we're going to go by about, if we did that, 40 or 50 Hanover County homes. We told Hanover County, we sent the word that, first of all, this agreement had been in place for a while. They actually have to run past the Louisa County homes to get to some of the Hanover homes.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're going to serve the people they said they were going to serve, they have to get there. But I have said, if they don't want to, all we ask is that we're able to get all of those homes along the way.
You pass.
And that they stay out of the way. Because what we can't do, when you compete fiber to fiber,
I understand.
you take rate drops, and you can't make money without the grant support. on this.
I get it. We appreciate it.
We will find a solution. I'll give you my word.
I just need, we're getting nothing from the provider in Hanover. And Hanover can't get anything from the provider in Hanover. That's the frustrating part. So which makes me super appreciative of the fantastic job that you all have done in working with us. And I tell everybody I see, this anomaly didn't happen in the Commonwealth everywhere else. It happened here because Dwayne sat down at the table and made Rappahannock and you and Dominion all come together. And Rappahannock wanted to be a player. I mean, our customers don't need this. They don't want this. And yeah, they do, and they did. And we made it happen here, and everybody else is following the agreement that you all sit down and worked out and did such a good job on. So I appreciate the fact that you're proactive. You've always been good to deal with. And more than anything else, unless I missed something, you have always done exactly what you say you're going to do. And if you've missed the mark, you've come in and said, look, we missed it a little bit, but here's how we're going to fix it. That's what I appreciate. Thank you.
Mr. Woodward.
First, thank y'all. We really appreciate everything y'all have done. Got a couple of questions about the Louisa District. The first one is Range Road. My understanding is that y'all have finally decided to maybe bore under the railroad tracks to get service over there.
I'm familiar with the location you're talking about. I've spoken to it few times with Mr. Goodwin. We have said that's going to be part of our 2024 build. I can't speak to the specific permitting of whether they have submitted a permit to bore onto the railroad or not. We have looked at it in several different project meetings, I know. And that's one I can follow up on specifically on the construction route, but it's one that's on our radar, and a very strange anomaly because the actual driveway goes along the easement of the railroad, and it parallels the railroad. And if you've ever dealt with a railroad easement before,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
I'll leave it at that.
You
but-
operate it.
It goes all the way down and all the way up to space.
We've
too,
been
right?
told that a few times, Mr. Williams. Yes, sir.
And you operate on the railroad's time. Yeah.
Right.
So
But we
the other
are
one
aware.
is the northern part of Blue Ridge Shores, and I think that's also in y'all's plans
Yes,
for later
that
this year.
was part of those dots up at the top. That is Blue Ridge Shores. You can see that doesn't. This is a zoomed out view. That's not every dot within Blue Ridge Shores, but there are a few unserved locations that are funded via the grant project within Blue Ridge Shores, and that was part of the other passings as well, because we'll have some grant funded passings, and as we build through there will be other served passings that we can offer service to that is within a service drop of our existing network as we build through there.
And lastly, if you'll bear
I'm
with
sorry.
me, I'd like to tell something on myself that I hopefully will help other future customers. I did go on and sign up for y'all when it was in the early stages, even though I have Xfinity here in town. But I did go ahead and sign up for it. The fiber's been in the ground by my house for about 2 years now. I was like, okay. Well, last week or the week before, we were in a county meeting, one of the budget meetings at Trevilian's Elementary, and Ms. Colvin tells me, we live in the same neighborhood, tells me that she has Firefly. I was like, oh, okay.
Well, she should have said you don't.
Well,
That's what she should have said.
She quickly found that out that I didn't.
Way to go, Wanda.
So Mr. Goodwin has been very kind to check on this for me every once in a while, as well as the other things in Louisa District with Firefly. And come to find out, I need to go back in and finish. Just because I had signed up at the beginning doesn't mean that y'all know what plan I want and all that, I guess, billing and everything. So that will be done this week. I appreciate it. And hopefully other people, if they have come into that where, well, I signed up, but they will hopefully find out that they need to go back in and finish it out.
I like to remind folks, your registration is not complete until you've been prompted to sign our terms and conditions, and that will signal that you've selected the plan, you've clicked the box that you agree, and put an electronic signature on it, and then you can feel confident that it's 100% done. So
Thank you.
thank you. Appreciate that.
Mr. Burton?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. Briefly, Gary, I got you on speed dial, so I'm gonna text you some road.
Send it to me.
I sent it to you already, but just briefly, I'm gonna be selfish. Briefly, thank you. This first winter storm that I'm not talking about any provider that I didn't have to go out with a broom and sweep off for my internet. For my TV, because I can stream now, so I don't have to worry about that. But I don't think that the chairman and the board gets enough recognition. Gary, you remember we first started this thing? We drove. Make a long story short, we drove over to Northampton County, saw what they had on poles. So we were putting up 7 poles in the county, and we were trying to connect pole to pole to get internet, because the citizens were going, we got to have it, we got to have it, we got to have it. Then Mr. Adams and Mr. Williams sat down and with Gary and brought it back to the board with a $15 million, Tony?
It wasn't me, it was Dwayne.
It
was
was. We
Dwayne.
ended up with 9.
It was $9 million of tax dollars that we used to get internet over the county. And the thing that was brought to me was, Fitz, is going to be the same as paved roads, where when we start getting paved roads in America. That's how much we're going to need it. And since that day, I have not seen kids at McDonald's doing their homework. So,
Mr. Brown.
You all have done a great job, and I think you have the Mountain Road District pretty much completely covered. But I do have one on 522, and Mr. Creekmore and I have talked about it numerous times.
Yeah.
From
I know what
Owens,
you're going to say.
you know, Owens Creek to out to 64.
Yeah.
And I know we're waiting on a VDOT right-of-way, which VDOT only has a prescriptive right-of-way through that. So as I told you before, VDOT doesn't have a 50-foot right-of-way. So,
I actually do have an update on that.
Okay, well, I'll even call you tomorrow if you like.
That'd be fine. Well, the quick update is it's moving now.
No.
We have been, as you know, we have been waiting. It has been delayed, and it's been released, placed, and we got an update last week. It was about 30% spliced, and there's not a whole lot there. So they should have that spliced very quickly. So we're getting continuity there, and it's should be available. There is one private easement in that section that serves like 3 of those homes that comes off of that we'll have to address. We're waiting on that private easement to get back, but that's moving again, and
I see a line that it was cable being buried along beside 522, and I first thought, well, shoot, they got it going now, but that is, I'm assuming, is telephone, because now they're putting the pedestals and stuff up.
That's us.
Oh, that is.
Ain't a telephone. Telephone, they put wires in the ground in 100 years.
This telephone
No.
they'll run. They can run up about 400 feet or so, or less or more, depending on the rig they have. But standard, somewhere between 200, 400 feet, and pop up and put a
little
pedestal there,
short
depending on the
green
design.
pedestal.
That's the same thing that boxes are on the poles that you see with the loops in.
Kind of. It's where we take off to go out to homes. It's also where we splice because you can only pull so far.
Well, it also
sometimes
looked,
you just leave pulls
it appeared to be the big orange cable.
Conduit. Yeah, orange conduit that the fiber will be pulled through.
I got
Yeah.
you.
It protects it.
Great job.
That's good things when you see that.
Mr. McConnell.
Yeah, thanks guys for being here. You're really getting to be well known here in Louisa for all the good things you're doing. There's some people here that love soccer that would probably love to talk to you if you could help them out with something before you leave this room. And the fundraising people are here, so be sure you talk to them before you leave the room. But that's just a suggestion. But I would say that my question twofold. Cuckoo District, we've got some areas that I think were being held up by railroad easement on Kentucky Springs Road.
That whole what's the green Spring Road, that would be blue if it wasn't for that delay, but we're still working through the backlog of drops there because it was 6 different railroad crossings.
Yeah.
It was actually the Dominion spur line going to the plant.
I think it's Kentucky Spring Road, if I'm not mistaken.
Kentucky, he was
Yeah.
mentioned the green.
The green
on
area.
this
I got
map,
it. I got
you
it.
can see
Spring
the word
Road in the green part of the map.
Spring Road, and
Yeah.
it's in a different part of the county.
Totally get
on
understand.
this map. The green called Cuckoo Spring Road
Yeah.
is what I was pointing
Okay,
out.
yeah, I figured that's what you're talking about. So you've gotten the easements that you need to get under those tracks, and
It's
that's
been done, connecting there now.
I know a lot of peop-
I
lot of-
see waves of those coming in every day.
a lot of people in the Great Cuckoo District are looking forward to that for sure. Yep. And one more question. We've had some wind and we've had some storms. It doesn't seem like the Firefly has been interrupted that much. What would we attribute that to? Just good engineering or luck?
Yeah, a fantastic network. Yes.
Just double check.
Future-proof technology.
And it's not the storms. It's dove season that causes you the problem.
That's
right?
it.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Please repeat that every chance you get.
Yes.
Dove hunt, don't shoot the lines. When the doves are sitting on the lines, it costs them $120,000 fix those holes in the line.
I will say, to the storm question, if it is very likely that if the fibers lay on the ground and if there's no sharp cuts or shotgun damage, if it just falls on the ground or it is a steel-clad casing that's wrapped around a strand, it is very strong, very durable, and if you can maintain power through a battery backup or even a small generator to your router in your house, we have backup power at all of our fiber huts. So it is very likely in a power outage, if you can power your in-home equipment, you will have internet access because our fiber light is still at your home. You just need to power the in-home equipment. One example that Mr. Wood's probably thinking of, because he got the call from a member of SNN, our contractor, who's headquartered in Louisa, built every foot of fiber. He called from his home. The fiber was laying across 64, straddling Louisa and Fluvanna border. Trucks were driving across the fiber, and he calls Gary and says, "I'm still on the internet here, and the fiber's laying across 64." So that was in the ice storm of 2022, Storm Frida. Y'all will remember that. So it's strong stuff, and truly is good technology.
Anyone else have anything? So I want to add a couple things, and I'm glad you're all here tonight when there's a big crowd, because a lot of times you're here, and we don't have this big crowd. Everybody in this room can remember what life was like in Louisa County before we had high-speed fiber internet. It was terrible. There are parts of the county that, as Mr. Creekmore said, didn't have cell phone service. Now, you know, that's such a gratifying slide to see. And I've told this story before, but I'm going to tell it again because Mr. Wood's here. And this man will never get credit for the tens of thousands of people that his vision has connected to the internet, and to these kids that I see here that, to Mr. Barnes's point, aren't going to McDonald's to access the internet. The first time I met Mr. Wood, I met you in your office. It's 2017. We were talking about fiber and fiber in the county, and I had come out from a turkey hunt out in Oklahoma where I was at a friend's house, and they had high-speed fiber internet, and their closest neighbor, honest to goodness, 5 miles away. And I said, well, goodness sakes, if they can do it, surely we can do it here. And as I was talking to Gary said, well, you know, your timing's pretty good because we have this idea, and thanks to the board of directors for CVAC. And he kind of laid it out. And I'll never forget this conversation. I said, well, do you think it'll work? And his response to me, he says, I'm betting my job on it.
Yeah.
And here we are 9 years later. And we have, I wrote it down, 1,500 miles of fiber in Louisa County. Looks like we're about 99% done. And what's interesting to me is every time that Gary's here and somebody brings up one house in Louisa, because Gary lives in Nelson County, right? Nelson? He goes, oh, yeah, I know where that's at. I know where you're talking about in Hanover County. When I call Mr. Creekmore about one customer or one constituent or send him an email, I get a phone call back 2 or 3 days later. Oh, Firefly was here. They've connected me. Thank you. Well, don't thank me. I mean, I reach out to them. So their service and their commitment to Louisa County and to the citizens of Louisa County. So there are a lot of people to thank as citizens. This man is the main driver behind it. And he'll never get the recognition, and I always think he should get the recognition and the thank you and the appreciation for what he's done, not just here in Louisa County, but for the, 8, 9, 10 counties you all do business? 15 counties across Central Virginia. One quick anecdote. My neighbor, who's part-time here, texted me on Friday, and he said, hey, I know we can get Firefly. He said, do you have a contact number? I just gave him your website, literally gave him your website. As I was walking my dogs this morning, they were in his yard marking Miss Utility and said, well, we'll be out here probably this week to connect him to fiber. That's the kind of service that the citizens of Louisa County are getting from Firefly. And from the bottom of my heart, when I leave this board, one of the main things that I'm grateful for is the partnership that we've had with you to bring fiber internet to the people of Louisa County. Thank you very, very, very much.
That was such a nice wrap-up. I hate to throw my little commercial in at the end, but
I'm going
we talked about we are connecting in the blue areas. Our commitment is to connect anybody within 10 days of when they apply, and that includes the 3 or 4 days it takes us to get the underground markings in. We still have the same price we started with in 2018. And because of that, last year we made $345. So I'll be glad to talk to them on the way out and tell them about, once we get construction finished and we have a little money, we intend to give back to the community. But
You're not getting staff,
but
are you?
when I break that 345 up between 15 counties, it won't be much this year, but it's coming. We're going to get there.
$20 is $20, Gary.
But thank you all very much. You've been great to work with, and we appreciate being here. We're going to be here a long time. We hope that we don't have to show up and keep telling you what we've done. You can just assume it's all done.
Thank you.
Absolutely good.
Thank you all very
Gary.
much. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
The next is a presentation by Louisa Klein, and my friend Jody Corman is here.
You're a good guy.
Hey, I want to thank Christian for inviting me. Thank you so much. We started in 2022, and we were in front of you March of 2022 to talk about the plan to get the roads cleaned up in Louisa County. It was 3 of us that were at Elk Creek Baptist Church picking up trash, and we decided we want to do something about the county because it was ridiculous. So I want to share with you what we've achieved. It's pretty phenomenal. We've done over 3,300 bags of trash since March of 2022, documented. We've added 26 adopt-a-highways. I want to thank some of the new adopt-a-highways that we have added. One is we added the Reef at Tributaire Resort. They're doing 208 from Dickinson's store all the way to Food Lion. Then we Lake Anna Wellness Studios doing from 208 Food Lion to the bridge. And then I got Spotsylvania LACA to do Spotsylvania and a couple other individuals. So that's pretty exciting. We've got 208 covered. In addition, we added Smoke and Eddie's. Southern Revere is doing East Jack Jewett Road. We just did that, and we did 36 bags. It's just ridiculous. I'm telling you, it's ridiculous the number of bags we're doing still. So we're trying to come up with some solutions. So I wanted to thank, we are now a 501c3 as of February of 2024. Bobby George is now our president, and we have 5 other board members that are helping us with this event, so it's pretty exciting. And there are, well, actually, David Cervantes is here. I don't know if Barb's here. Is Barb here? No, okay. But anyway, I just wanted to share with you that we have been able, because of the 501c3, we got a grant from Amazon for $10,000. We got a grant from Rappahannock Electric for $2,500. We got $5,000 from Nestle's, and we got the other one we got was Keep Virginia Beautiful, which was $1,000. And then a lot of individuals are giving us money. In fact, I was picking up trash on Frederick Hall Road, and a guy stopped and gave me a $20 bill and said, "Thank you so much for what you do." What we're noticing now is that truckers and individuals are now recognizing who we are, and they're actually moving over for us, and some are even slowing down, which I really like that. That's been a concern. The other thing is we want to thank the Sheriff's Department. They have been absolutely phenomenal in coming up, showing up, and slowing traffic down while we're trying to pick up trash on the side of the roads. So please tell Donnie Lowe, and that it's just phenomenal. So the last thing I wanted to share, because Bobby's going to share the other most important thing, is that there were only 3 of us that really started this, and that was, well, 4. Beth Ann Boone, who could not be here tonight, myself, Tom and Carol DeZorzi, and then also Valet Trash. So I'm pretty excited about where we're going with this, but what we need is a think tank on how we can get the numbers to come down. The number of bags of trash that we're picking up. So we picked up in October, we adopted Micah Road and Moorfield Road. And if you're familiar with that, that goes to the dump. It is atrocious. We picked up 7 times last year. And the Adopt a Highway only requires you to pick up twice a year, okay? But we're doing a lot more than twice a year. Kentucky Springs, I got Amazon. I've got Clark Technologies. They're helping us with volunteers. So the biggest thing we've got going on is the 25th and 26th. We've got the big clean, and we're, excuse me, April, what did I say?
No, you
oh,
didn't
sorry.
put April in.
April. 25th and 26th of this month. We're doing all of 208. We're starting at the elementary school, doing 3.5 miles on Saturday, and then we're starting at Tractor Supply, and we're doing 3.5 miles coming back that way, because the bridges there are in really bad shape. There's just a lot of trash. So with that said, Bobby's got some exciting news to share with you about what's going on with the school system.
And you know Jody quite well. She has big hopes, big dreams. So the big clean, that's if we have enough volunteers to get those roads. It has grown. The big clean has grown and has been much happier to work with the groups and everything and that. And it's a lot with the sheriff's response. That is the greatest thing, having a deputy patrolling the roads with us. It slows everybody down, whether it agitates or not, but it makes us a lot more comfortable on the side of the road. What Jody wants me to point out on this part here is the biggest thing we do, not just the picking up of trash, it's the education. And some of us are too old to be changed of bad habits. Shooting the doves on the flower lines, that's old habit. But trash is something we need to start with the youth. And that's where we got this coloring book. 16 students in the art program designed and put the book together. And in the back of it, it's got our accomplishments up to that point, which at some point we will update the books every few years as we can. And it's a great educational thing for the children. And last year I did the 5th grade ag fair right here at the Fireman's Fair. And first time I've ever done it. They're 10-year-olds, 9 to 10-year-olds. It was very entertaining. Some of them stumped me on some questions, but we sat there, interacted with them, and they had some good ideas, and they educated me on the one because we ran out of time or we had too much time. And a young man asked me questions about SpongeBob SquarePants, an odd one. But I got him on a lot of the stuff, but he reminded me, all their houses, pineapple, trash, flower pot, Squidward, trash, Krusty Krab, old crab pot, refurbished into a restaurant. So we see these things, the back of mind, people take it for granted. Trash is everywhere, so we're trying to get the youth. We went to the 2nd grade classes here in Louisa. They're participating with us. So we're trying to get more of the high school students, get them involved. They did a pickup one day. We assisted with them as chaperones. I don't remember how many bags.
219
bags, just in one afternoon with
in
them
2
helping.
hours, 219 bags over 22 miles.
So it's working, but we need to get some kind of, it's not our job. We're volunteers. We're doing this because we care about Louisa. We're giving back to Louisa, and we understand if the county does it, it is going to cost us money. There's a fine line between taxes and who's doing what, whatever. So we don't mind. We're doing it, but it's not our job. Some people think we're out there because we have to be. We're being forced because the sheriff is with us sometimes. No, we are volunteers. It is enjoyable sometimes to get out. You hunt, other people hunt. For me, I do both. Picking up trash, it's peace of mind. Get back and enjoy the time out with nature. It gets me off the couch. And that part of it. So the like I say, it just thanking you, the board, Louisa County, for the support, the companies around here that are donating money to help us. We put it to good use. We have a cargo net we're handing out at the refuse centers now. I don't know if we have one or not, but the Sheriff's Department is going to help assist us with this, because by y'all increasing the fines that are being levied, we're going to have a deputy with us, and we're going to offer them a choice to cover their load or take the citation, or we will give them a free cargo net so they can cover the net if they don't cover their trash, if they don't have some way of properly doing it. And back to it's education.
I like that.
So, and
If these are heavy duty.
Yeah.
These are very heavy duty, and we're giving them to all people that do not cover their loads.
Until we run out.
Until we run out. Amazon gave us a grant for these, and because we are tired of seeing all this trash blowing
Yep.
on the side of the road coming from people's cars and trucks.
And
It's sad because we're picking it
Yeah.
all up.
And another hard one is, and I know y'all have heard it before, is when you go in and we're seeing trailers and trucks leaving with mattresses. That means they don't want to pay the $12.50. And I know it's hard. The county's got to draw a line somewhere in there, but we're finding the mattresses, side roads, ditches, and everything else. So luckily, we are allowed to take them in, but it's still costing the county. So I don't know, there's a fine line. We try to work something out somehow with mattresses around here, or add another amnesty day for it, but it's getting harder and harder. It's just disconcerting when you're seeing mattresses, and cigarette butts is a whole nother problem, so. But thank you for everything y'all have done. Thank you. And as Jody said, when you see Donnie and any of the deputies, thank them very much. It's very helpful, especially when we find needles and discarded other things that we're not supposed to touch.
Anybody have any questions or comments? Yes, ma'am.
I just have a comment. Last week, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday, driving to work going down Poindexter Road, I was between 250 and I don't know if anyone knows where Prospect in Hillen is, right there in the curve. Is that a section of road that you all have adopted, or?
Bird Mill Road has been adopted.
Okay. There was
we're trying to find leadership in your side of the
Well,
county.
I saw, if I see him again, I will stop and get him. I saw a gentleman out there with the orange vest on, the orange bags.
Well, that's great.
He was picking up, I stopped, I rode up, turned around, came back very briefly, thanked him for being out there, and he said, just trying to do my part. He had his little gator out there. When I came home from school or from work later that evening, he must have picked up 15 bags of trash, and they were all piled in sections, and then a day later, VDOT must have come by and picked them all up. But I thought that was pretty amazing,
Get
how
his
many
name to
bags.
Jody?
I am.
Get
When
his
I
name
see
to
this,
you?
I don't know who he was, because cars came up behind us.
Yeah,
I will, if
definitely.
he's out there again, he was definitely on a mission, and he definitely had all the right gear and bags, so I think we need to connect him.
Um, I do do want want to to share with you, we started with 4 of us, right? I've got a database of 309 people, but what's nice about that is advocacy. People are advocating,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm seeing more and more people going in front of their houses and picking up the trash.
I think I've
I
noticed
am
that too.
seeing that, which is really good. What I don't understand is how people can pitch out water bottles, sodas, dirty diapers. I've picked up more dirty diapers. I don't understand. There's something wrong with our society that
Mr. McConnell?
we don't know what the solution is. We just do not know what the solution is.
Okay.
So, but we want to thank you. And Chris, I want to thank you too, Chris McCotter.
Thank you.
Cuckoo District.
Okay, so yeah, that leads me to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the floor. I'll be brief. Changing the culture in a county like Louisa's is a difficult thing to do. It takes people with determination, some courage, because I see you out there and you're getting nearly run over sometimes, and just communication. You communicate here, and you are changing the culture. And you've changed my culture. I used to grumble whenever I saw trash, and why do I have to pick that up? Well, I pick it up every day now on the road that I live on because of you. That's because of you. So if everybody here can, take a lesson from tonight, there's many lessons you can learn at a Board of Supervisors meeting. It's one that in a community like Louisa, you can make a difference. And Bobby and Jody and the DeZorzis and everybody else, you've made an incredible difference, and you make me very proud to be Cuckoo. Thank you. Keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I do want to follow up with what Mr. McConnell said and something you said, Bobby, about changing the culture, and it starts with kids.
Thanks.
When my granddaughter was about 7, you know this story. When about 7, my wife and I and her uncle took her on a little hike at Shenandoah National Park. We got back in the car, and my wife says, "Anybody want a piece of gum?" And my son and Raylan wanted a piece of gum, and Raylan took the gum, took the wrapper, rolled the window down, and threw it out in the parking lot. And of course, we all went, "Raylan, you can't do that. You can't litter. We have to pick that up." And my wife said to her, "Honey, we don't litter. Who have you ever seen litter?" And without a second's hesitation, she said, "Poppy," and pointed to me. And I turned around and said, "Honey, I don't litter." She said, "Poppy, every day that you take me to school, you throw your apple core out the car window, which is true. And I tried to explain that the raccoons or something eat that. But kids, I quit doing it when she was in the car. But kids are watching. Kids are watching. You know, they see you, they hear what you say, but they see the example far more than what you say to them. So every time you have an opportunity to be that good example, be that good example. And you guys are a great example. We really appreciate what you do. So.
Are these seeds from you all?
Yes.
Yeah, that was from Keep Virginia Beautiful.
Yeah.
Because we post all of our information, Keep Virginia Beautiful keeps sending me these seeds. So anybody that wants wallaby, I've got bags of wallaby. Well, I will plant these along the road. Volunteers, so we give our volunteers.
We'll get to that. So thank you all very much. We appreciate it.
Mr. Adams,
yes.
just so you understand, that banana peel apple core takes 2 years to degrade.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you.
I did it too. I was religious. I was religious with that.
I quit. I did quit.
Also brings the animal to the edge of the road where it
gets
becomes
killed,
another hazard.
roadkill.
This is
Oh,
what
my
I did for the 10-year-olds. I had to do that. Cigarette butt. It's 10 years.
So basically, the litter in Louisa County is Dwayne's fault.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, we got it. No problem.
Roadkill.
But we
roadkill.
have a brochure that shows that how long it takes things
So that
to
was the
degrade.
example. Do not do what I used to do. Don't throw that
That's
stuff
why I
out the window.
changed.
No.
We have 5 public hearings. We've been here an hour and a half, so we're going to take a
Thank you.
6-minute recess, and then we'll come back at about 7:36. All right. Before we move on to the next discussion, I know Mr. Goodwin had a follow-up to the Louisa Clean
Just
presentation.
very briefly, Mr. Chairman and board members, I just wanted to let you know that we're obviously very grateful for the partnership we've had with Louisa Clean, and we're working on load covering and containment from our side as well. So over the next 2 months or so, we're going to have kind of some roving presence from the sheriff's office out at refuse and recycling centers on a rotating basis. So in addition to encouraging people to cover their loads, they'll be out there just kind of checking with the Louisa Clean folks as well. And it'll be a little bit of a soft enforcement for a little while, but it might be a little bit of a tougher enforcement after that. So do inform your constituents of that as we work together to keep Louisa clean.
What does that look like? Does that look like just sitting by a refuge center for 45 minutes and see who comes in and look at their load?
Yeah, pretty much. Yep.
All right. Next is a discussion on campground definition. Mr. Kuhn?
Chairman, members of the board, this is just something that staff is going to ask based on an increasing number of inquiries. There are individuals that are seeking to use the campground definition to justify long-term occupancy and campers and RVs on their properties. And what staff is actually requesting is that we send this back to the Planning Commission for them to review some potential definition changes and just amendments to make sure that the intent of the ordinance, so that those individuals are travelers and transient in nature, is what is shared in the definition. And I stand ready to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kuhn?
Just want to be clear, so what we're just saying is we'd like to send to the Planning Commission to get an affirmation of the definition or a refinement of the definition.
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
Do any objection?
Okay.
Need a motion?
You want a motion to refer across? Sure, we'll
So
take one.
moved.
Been properly moved and second that we refer this to Planning Commission. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Kuhn. Unfinished business, well, I guess you're staying right there. A resolution authorizing a budget supplement to the landfill new cell development capital project.
So moved.
It's been properly moved and second. We approve the resolution. Any discussion?
Oh, hold on.
You can't, yeah.
No. This is not existing sales. Is that right?
So what this is this is the acquisition of the
Hold
full.
on. Yeah, no.
Yeah, you can't
I
vote
back
now.
out. I am directly conflicted on this. I will not be voting, nor will I be staying opinion. I thought it was an existing sale to the whole thing. I'm sorry. That's all right.
My motion stands, needs my second.
Is there a second?
Yeah, whatever you
Talk
want.
about it. We say we're gonna buy it.
I'm directly conflicted.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll give it a second, just for
Okay.
conversation.
Okay.
Let's go.
Go ahead, Mr. King.
Yes, sir. So what you have before you is the motion to authorize budget supplement for the landfill new cell development capital project. What this is to purchase the 450 acres adjacent to the existing landfill. We've talked about this at length in different situations. Currently, we have 29,000 tons of trash annually, which continues to grow with growth in the county. We do have one cell expansion that is planned to be needed in the early 2060s. But with this acquisition, it should carry us another 200 to 250 years. And when the opportunity presented itself, we looked at it because there's very few times that land adjacent to a landfill goes for sale. We did have Labella Associates evaluate the property. They found no fatal flaws for the landfill expansion. The conditions are consistent with our existing landfill, and the environment features can be managed through the design, and they recommended that we move forward with the purchase. The total cost would end up being $4.05 million, with $500,000 already committed during the purchase and sale agreement at the December meeting, so that deposit would go towards the sale price. And what the resolution is doing tonight is moving the money that we've been saving for the new cell development and the landfill closure to allow us to purchase this, and we'll be able to move forward. So if there's any other questions, be happy to answer.
Any questions for Mr. Kuhn?
I'd like to make a comment. Cuckoo District would not like a landfill in it, so therefore, I imagine Cuckoo District would be supportive.
Okay. Anything else? I'm going to ask the deputy clerk to do a roll call vote.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
Mr.
Mr. Woodward,
No.
Mr. McCotter,
Yes.
Ms. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Williams, abstained,
Abstained for direct conflict.
Mr. Adams.
Yes. What was it? 511?
Yep,
511.
Motion passes 5 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstention. Thank you, sir. Next is a resolution opposing mandatory collective bargaining legislation.
So
Mr.
moved.
Properly moved and second that we approve this resolution. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next is a resolution authorizing a budget transfer from the assessor's operating budget to the computer software capital project. Mrs. Colvin.
Chairman, members of the board, this is a budget transfer from the assessments operating to their capital project for a project. They started a CAMA software project about a year or so ago, and this is an additional module that's they found they have needed in that time, but they do have the money within another budget, so it's just a transfer.
Moved and second, we approve this resolution. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next is a resolution authorizing a supplemental appropriation to the Children's Services Act funding. Ms. Colvin.
Yes, our Children's Services Act funding, our expenses have exceeded this year's budget. An additional $700,000 is anticipating as needing. Of that, 308 would be a local portion. This is a mandate that we do need to do. So this is a request for a budget supplement to cover those costs that we anticipate.
Second. Ms. Colvin, real
Yes.
quick discussion.
Yes.
Could you give us the figure pre-supplement? Was it 4.2 million?
I believe it's 4.4 or 4.3.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah,
either 4.2,
it's
4.3,
definitely
4.4.
over 4 million.
So, and we're going to be approaching $5 million for next year.
Absolutely.
And that money is for the least of those in our community, for children with needs and foster care and all that other stuff. So I need everybody to realize that this county is spending pretty close to $5 million a year taking care of children in this community. That's all.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next is a resolution authorizing a budget transfer to the Louisa Volunteer Fire Department for apparatus repair.
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved and second, we approve that resolution. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Great job, Wanda.
Next is a resolution appointing an assessor for the County of Louisa, Mr. Goodwin and Mrs. Fletcher.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this resolution is included on page 69 and 70 of your packet. The state code stipulates that you must appoint the assessor for the county. Ms. Fletcher is the commissioner. The assessor's position reports to her, and they are here to make brief remarks and answer any questions you may have.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm pleased to introduce Allison Carter. Ms. Carter serves as Deputy Assessor for the Louisa County Real Estate Assessment Office currently, bringing in extensive expertise as a licensed certified real estate appraiser in both residential and commercial properties. Beyond her technical skills, Ms. Carter has consistently demonstrated exceptional leadership in her current position as Deputy Assessor, supervising staff, ensuring accurate assessments, and promoting transparency in property valuations. I wholeheartedly recommend her appointment to Assessor for Louisa County. I am confident that as Louisa County's real estate assessor, Ms. Carter will continue to strengthen the office, uphold equitable property taxations, and provide excellent leadership to the community. Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded that we appoint the assessor for the County of Louisa. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next is a new business to approve Parks and Recreation fee schedule and turf field rules. Mr. Kuhn. All these public hearings, that's the highlight of the night. I think this is the highlight of the night.
There you go. Yep, so we have the Parks and Recreation fee schedule and turf field rules before you today. We just wanted to go and share the purpose. We're going to provide an overview of the turf field operations and fee structure, summarize some community feedbacks that we have received as well as concerns, present key considerations for the board, and outline some policy options. So the project overview, it's 2 full-size synthetic turf fields located behind the middle school complex. It was investment of over $6 million, and we do plan on the completion this month. Why these fields were built, they are to address the field capacity as well as address community concerns about limited field space, the poor field conditions, and safety issues. These fields are intended to expand capacity, improve safety, and better support youth athletics across the county. The proposed fee schedule, which we discussed earlier, structure is $30 per field with an additional $10 for lights with a 2-hour minimum. These fields apply to users not directly affiliated with schools or the county, Parks and Recreation, and intended to balance affordability with the need to operate and maintain these facilities. But this also does include the discount that we've had at Parks and Recreation for several years, which is if they provide service to youth and seniors, if it's free for the public, and if they're a 501c3, they should have to meet 2 of those 3 requirements to get a 50% fee reduction.
Did you say it does or does not include that?
The $30 an hour and $10 does not account for the $50.
I thought that's what you meant. I'm not sure that's what you said, though.
When compared to surrounding jurisdictions, Louisa County's proposed rates are significantly lower. Many localities charge between $50 and $150 per hour, often with additional fees to include custodian fees or scoreboard operators or announcers. Even with this proposal, Louisa remains one of the most affordable options in the region. As you can see, hourly rates, we are the gold compared to the green areas, and if you add with lights, we are still significantly lower than everyone else.
And that's at the full rate without the 50% discount?
This is the full rate without the 50% reduction.
Okay. And the 50% reduction, is that something that's new?
Sir, we've had that at least for 10 years. At least for 10 years. So why are fields funded, or why are the fees necessary, is because, the fields were funded through capital investment, but the ongoing cost, the maintenance, the repairs, the lighting, the staff, it's not covered in the initial funding. So without the fee structure, the cost would fall entirely on the general taxpayer. This is one way, if we want to maintain and ensure long-term sustainability, we want to try and account for that so that if smaller issues and smaller maintenance items come up, you have to take care of it. Perfect way to look at this is when you buy a car, you still have to change the oil, maintain the tires, rotate that. So there's just that ongoing maintenance that is going to occur with these. So that's something that we need to just make sure we account for. Some people have asked why control the access and field protection. They're not passive use fields. Synthetic turf requires controlled access to adhere to rules to prevent damage. Improper use, such as prohibited footwear or equipment, can significantly shorten the lifespan of the surface. These controls are standard for this type of facility, and we need to make sure that individuals don't do something inadvertent, like drink red Gatorade that spills and stains the turf for the rest of their life until we replace it. Weather and safety considerations. Turf allows for more flexibility than grass, but there's still weather concerns that you have. Lightning requires immediate closures. Unsafe conditions restrict the use, which include extreme heat. And then decisions are always based on safety and field protection. So if it's a situation that could damage the field or the safety of the players, practices or games may have to be called or postponed for a set period of time. Managing the demand. One important consideration in this whole scheme is going to be demand management. If rates are set significantly below the regional market, we do believe that they're going to attract outside organizations seeking lower costs for field space. So that would reduce the availability for Louisa County residents, which is not the intended purpose of this investment. So that's one concern that we do have about substantially lowering the cost of these fields and allowing anyone to use them without reservations. We do have priority scheduling. So what that looks like is priority is given to the schools from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. And then after 6 p.m., Parks and Recreation programs would have the next priority. And then with the remaining allotted
Priority, or they have the first priority?
Well, they have
after 6
first
p.m.?
priority after the schools, yes, sir.
Okay.
And then with the remaining time allocated is for the community users, which would be the sports organizations or other groups that may intend to use it. And that scheduling is based on availability and equity. So when we look at this is just an outline of what we're looking at for practice-wise. So, of course, LCPS will have it use Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. for practices. And then the community use comes in at the evenings from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. during the week. Weekends can go until 10 p.m. However, you have Parks and Recreation, LASA, LY, AA, and then potential outside organizations all wanting to practice between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. And we also have schools may wanting to have games at that site after 6 p.m. as well. So when you look at that, there's 30 hours of usage between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. and potentially 4 organizations plus outside organizations that may be interested in using it. So one of the things that we were looking at is staffing and oversight. The reason why staffing and oversight is very important is, as we mentioned before, protecting the investment as well as the long-term sustainability of these fields. To properly manage them, a part-time staff person is being proposed. This role is supposed to coordinate the scheduling, enforce the rules, manage lighting, and ensure the fields are used appropriately, which is critical to maintaining this investment. And for cost context, our existing grass fields are priced between $5 and $10 per day, which is very low. The turf fields are a different type of facility with a higher operational cost. At the same time, these fields will reduce the wear and tear on the grass fields, which will improve the overall condition to the county. So that's one benefit that we do see is with less use of those grass fields, we think there's going to be an overall improvement of the fields throughout the county. Now, the community feedback we've heard related to affordability, access, potential impact on participation, and interest in exploring partnerships and agreements with the county to support youth organizations. Like we said, I think the majority of the individuals that spoke already addressed the majority of these. Desire to maintain affordability, importance of consistent access and roles in the development and community engagement. Well, and then one thing that we did want to say is that, organizations like LASA and the Louisa Youth Athletic Associations, they do play an important role in our community, and their concerns about keeping programs affordable and maintaining access are valid concerns, and that's part of that 50% reduction we do think helps address a lot of those concerns. And as we move forward, there may be some additional considerations the board may have. As I mentioned before, system-wide benefit with the additional use on the turf fields. We're going to see a reduced use of the grass fields, which we believe will have an improved overall field conditions across the board, as well as increased flexibility, because now we will have the same organizations that are operating on 6 grass fields are going to be able to operate on 6 grass fields and 2 turf fields. So we should just be able to have a little bit more flexibility in programming. Now, when we talk about policy options for consideration, we can maintain the proposed fee structures. We could adjust the rates. We could explore MOUs with youth organizations or consider tiered or reduced pricing options, whichever the board would be interested in providing direction. But we did want to make sure the key takeaways, this is a significant public investment that we believe requires protection. The turf fields do require structured management to make sure they're long life and benefit to the community. And right now, the demand already exceeds the capacity. And with the low fees, we do think that there's going to be some outside agencies that are interested, with the rates being below the regional average. And we do stand ready to answer any questions on this PowerPoint, but we do have some updates as well.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. I want to pick some low-hanging fruit first. We can use the fields in the rain, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's not an issue. I want to make a comment on public access to the fields. There's a closed gate down there, if I'm not mistaken, that will close off the parking lot when it's not in use and nobody has signed up for it. If you want to use the jungle, you cannot just go in there and use the jungle. It must be reserved, and you must let somebody know you're there, and somebody has to be responsible. So I have zero problem with I want to go kick a ball around on the turf field. They show up in the pair of metal cleats, they don't know no better, they tear it. You come back, you got problems, and it's torn. There's nobody there to do that. So I have zero problem with limiting public access when there is nobody there and it's not scheduled. So I'm really good with that one. So I think those are two low-hanging fruit that's pretty easy. The fees. I think we have our fee structure wrong. I'm going to tell you that for those people who do not live in the county and are not here, and are not from the county, go to the Spotsylvania rate at $175 an hour and charge them that. I don't care if they come or not. So maybe I'm in the minority, but whatever the $150 for Spotsylvania, if you're not from here and you want to use our fields and you have no connection to the county and you cannot prove that, you should be paying $150 an hour. That's my personal opinion. I would just like to see a show of hands in people that are here if the 50% rate reduction doesn't suit you. I would like you to raise your hand because that's what I would like to see. Okay, so those are people who expect it to cost zero. I'm asking, let me see if you expect it to cost zero and have no cost to use. Okay, all right. No, just in general. No, it's just a question. I just want to see your hand. Thank you. Okay. No, 0 to like LASA and LYA. That's what I want to see. Okay. So we were at a forum the other night and I asked him to work it out with our, gentleman was there asked him to work it out with our staff, and he said he wasn't going to be happy till it was zero, and I told him I wasn't sure we were going to make him happy. So I'm not sure we're going to make you happy tonight either, but we're going to do the best we can. So let's talk about the rate for a second. It's a two-tiered portion to the rate. I want to make sure I understand what the rate is for. The rate is not really field rental because we're not renting somebody the field. I'm asking, it's a question. My understanding is the rate is for the person that's there and overseeing people while the field is in use. Is that accurate?
Yes. So the fee.
So if somebody is there, if LASA wants to use the field, then somebody must be there representing the Parks and Rec Department during the time they're there to start them, finish them, and to close it off and shut the gate behind them. Is that what the $30 is for?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to make sure I understand that. The lighting, I understand that's just for electrical. Is that right?
Well, electrical and maintenance.
Does $10 an hour even cover the light bill?
It helps.
I just
cover
wanted
the
to be
cost
clear. And 50% of that is $5 an hour?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm out of questions. I just want to pick some low-hanging fruit. Thanks, guys.
Mr. Brown.
Along those same lines, in here, the fee of $30 an hour, now that's for whoever's renting the field. That's, am I reading this incorrectly? That's not $30 per person an hour.
No.
So if you have a soccer team that's got 20 people on it, or I don't even know how many normally on it, but if you got 10 people on it, then that $30 is for whoever's renting the field, and there may be 2-3 teams on that. This $30 is for the rental of the field. It's, in other words, it's not a significant cost. So in other words, the answer to the question is it's not an individual fee. It's for the rental of the entire field. Same thing applies to the lights.
Correct.
The other question is, and I'm pretty sure I know this question, the fees that you have, I would assume, don't even remotely come close to covering the cost of operations. Certainly not the lights or having the person there. They're pretty nominal fees, and I'm kind of in agreement with what Mr. Williams is saying. If there's out-of-town groups coming in and we have the exact same situation, it was brought to us about our use of some facilities in Montpelier. That they're having the same issue. In other words, their taxpayers are paying for it, so they're not too interested in us utilizing what their taxpayers are paying for, which sort of goes along that same line. I can tell you, when I read this, when you spread out these fees amongst the groups that are using it, and maybe if you did put it as an individual basis, it might be 50 or 75 cents per person, but they're pretty nominal fees. And you're talking about fields that went from a $2.7 million cost to over $6 million. And there are a lot of people that don't use this, that their taxpayer funds are paying for it as well. So I think they're pretty nominal fees as to what you have.
Let me, oh no, Mr. Jones had something.
So I'm going to say that I do agree over here with Supervisor Williams. I think that we really should be charging out-of-county use way much higher than what we're charging here. And I also agree with our soccer people that are here and our other youth groups that this is to benefit our children. And we have so many that are so much in need in our county, and that gets me emotional because I work with them every day. And I have a coworker of mine who has a child in LASA, and I know how she struggles for every penny and to keep her children playing sports. And I think we really need to make sure we're meeting the needs of all of our students and our families and offer the lowest costs that we can for these fields, for our purposes and our citizens. But I do think anyone else coming in from the outside, whatever Spotsylvania is charging, we need to make our money up there and not off of our children and our families. I also know that it costs the money that we use, the $7 million, that was the taxpayer money to build the fields. That was not to maintain the field. So we do need to continue to maintain and pay for electric and the special equipment, and we need to protect the fields. And I really hope too, which I'm sure, I know Mr. Smith will make sure that we do give priority over outside entities coming in to our youth and to our citizens here, because I agree. I think if they start hearing how low we are, we're going to start getting Fairfax County and so forth. I've talked at length all week long. I've talked to the chairman about this. I've talked to my representative, Mr. Hensley, on your committee about this and how he feels and trying to find that balance. So I'm all for the MOUs, you know, trying to do with our nonprofits, and supporting that, but charging the heck out of outside entities.
Mr. McCotter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have so many questions with this. I did not vote for these fields initially because Cuckoo District did not feel that I should vote for them, and they thanked me when I didn't. That being said, we now have two beautiful turf fields. I've seen them with my own eyes, and we have a dilemma. Are we going to increase the responsibility of the taxpayers who just were burdened with more money to create these turf fields, or are we not? And I have so many questions. Are we going to, do we have a matrix of Louisa versus non-Louisa? Do we have that planned already? Do we know? These are things we don't know, I don't think, right?
No, sir.
Okay, we don't know what that ratio is going to be. Higher fees for non-county residents? Yes, my goodness, raise their fees up, lower our fees. This is not their field, these are our fields. And James, are we going to have a Louisa County rec person there for 4 hours a day and we're going to have to pay them?
Might not be 4, but at least 3. It's going to be based on the room. So if it is rented at night for 3 hours, then you have to have someone there to open up, say after the cleaning.
That's mind-boggling to me. Even though it's a part-time position, it's just, why didn't we think about this ahead of time? This is creatively planned. And I'm going to leave it at that. So for me to vote for taxpayers to have even more responsibility to use the fields, it's inconsistent with my initial position.
Mr. Woodward.
Yes. I want to get straight in my head. So as that is, without any discounts, looking at that, the $30 an hour takes care of whatever charge there is for a Parks and Rec person, employee to be there.
Correct.
Is that right? There's not an additional charge for that?
No.
Okay, that's taken out of whatever the field rental fee is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I too agree that I think we should significantly charge more for any outside of Louisa County group or whatever that wants to come in and use either one of those fields. I agree with Mr. McCotter. I also voted against the fields. They are beautiful. Louisa County should be, and I think we are really proud of those fields. But I'm not against an MOU with those two youth organizations. Whether it's needed or not, I don't know sitting here today. I don't know if that's needed or not. We may be able to work it out with what we have in print here. I feel for the people, but this thing of youth being able to afford to use facilities or just come out and play has been a problem for a long time, probably since kids first started getting charged to play youth sports. I think the expectation to be able to come in and play a sport for your child or a kid in the neighborhood and there not be a fee for that is just not an expectation that people should have anymore. Mm-hmm. It costs a lot of money to buy the equipment. It costs a lot of money. What we have to deal with here is if we can keep it to the least amount of extra charge that we can. So with that being said, I think we'll be able to work this out. I also think as these fields age, we probably won't see as big a deal out of all of this stuff. It's all new right now. It's new to us.
It is.
As far as having really nice fields like this to deal with. The schools don't allow us to go down and play on any of those fields, and to be honest, rightfully so. But I've walked past them many a time, whether it be through Little League or whatever, and thought, why in the heck can't we come down here at least once a year or something and play on these nice fields? They don't stay nice if you let them do that. If you just let people come in and play on them, not everybody is like the folks that are in this room tonight who know how to take care of things. So you just can't let people go in. Perfect world, yes, we live far from a perfect world. So I'll put this behind. I do have something that I did talk to Mr. Kuhn about that is also included in here. If y'all have your packages, there's not a page number because it's in the facilities and field rentals that I think we need to address as well. Under the general facility usage rules and reservation policies, let's see, the closest, if you go to page 73 and turn it one page, facilities and field rentals is on your left. Paragraph number 7 over on the right, Louisa County does not provide insurance to cover users' property or assets at school facilities or park property. Users must provide a certificate of insurance in the minimum amount of $300,000 per aggregate. Mr. Kuhn explained to me that that's for like Betty Queen Center, renting a space there or something like that. My personal opinion is if you look at the fields, it's $1 million per occurrence, $2 million aggregate, and then $1 million on the umbrella. That's asking for us to be included, the county and the schools, if that applies, to be included as additional insureds. What that does, if somebody gets hurt, it protects the county under that policy that the organization has. It protects the county as a named insured under that, just like it does whoever the named insured is. So it keeps it from having to come under the county's liability insurance policy. I think we need to increase that to the same verbiage we have over here, same amounts, $1 million, $2 million under commercial general liability policy and $1 million on an umbrella policy. Again, that's only requiring whoever is looking to have an event there. So I think those need to match up. You can get hurt just as much in a room at Betty Queen Center as you can anywhere else. So I just think it kind of cleans that up.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm going to attempt to make a motion with some stuff in between it here. I'm taking some notes. We'll see if it floats, might not.
Just one quick item that we had included on here.
Got it.
So under the sports manual agreement, you will see halfway down the page where it says, I fully understand certain dates may be blacked out in advance for Louisa County sponsored events, as well as Louisa County Sports and Entertainment Authority tournaments. That is something other localities do. The staff had included that in this document, but that is not an active entity. And if we wanted to create one, we would bring that to the board at a later date. But we just want to make sure we strike through that in these documents.
Okay, well, I'll start with, I move we strike through that in these documents. Would that suit you?
There, thank you.
Okay, so I also move that effective May 1, 2025 through May 1 of 2026, speaking for the next 12 months, I'm going to propose this, and I want to see how it works, and we can evaluate it as we near the end of the 12-month period.
Excuse me.
Yes.
You want to say 26 through?
I'm sorry, yes. I'm sorry, yes.
It's really short, it's really short.
It's really short, it's only for a couple days here. So yes, 26, 27, thank you, Mr. Barnes. I'm going to move that we exempt LASA and LYAA from the hourly fees, and we sit down and negotiate an MOU with them and a potential fee associated with that. So I don't know what that looks like. I'm going to leave that to you and them. I want you to get together. I want you to work it out with them. If it gets to where they don't work anything out with you, then you can come and talk to me. I don't know. Maybe you don't charge them anything at all. But here's what I'm saying. You need to remember that there are still grass fields. And you can practice on grass fields just as well as you can practice on a turf field. The difference is we don't have to pay a county employee to watch you while you practice on a grass field because they're available. Just because it's a turf field doesn't mean it needs to be used for every practice. What I don't want to see is James have somebody down there 7 nights a week, 4 hours a day doing that. And you can regulate that with the MOU, James, saying, hey, I'll provide somebody 3 nights a week, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. I don't care. You pick them. But James, you negotiate with them on that. And then the games and stuff, you figure that out. And the other part of that is taking that rate to $150 an hour without lights and $175 with lights for people that just want to come here and use our fields. I mean, it should be, I'm not even sure, it should be a profit center at the least. And I'm not even sure that it is a profit center. So I would propose we try that for 12 months. We see what happens. And we keep some notes and we understand. Because you know what? You stole my thunder. It is brand new, and we are learning here. We haven't done it before. We don't have any idea what it looks like. But I can see, and I don't want to create the situation, well, the Board of Supervisors told you that we could use the field, and we want to be here 7 nights a week. Well, that's unreasonable. We're not going to do that because we're not sending somebody down there 7 nights a week to do that. So, and $30 an hour at half rate is 15, and that buys 2 fields. It doesn't buy 1 field, it buys 2 fields. So maybe your people that want to practice have to all come down there and maybe you have 4 teams practicing on 2 fields and it's for 3 nights a week. So I think with some flexibility, some communication, some talking, we can certainly work through this. That's my motion. I'm prepared to vote on it unless anybody else would like to.
Is there a
I'll
second?
second it.
All right, so
I'll
let me repeat it, just so that everybody has clarity and the people in the audience have clarity.
Strike the stuff.
That from May 1st, 2026 to May 1st, or April 31st, 2027, I would assume, that the Soccer Association and Youth Football Association would negotiate with Parks and Recreation an MOU moving forward after that date, and also negotiate the usage in that year, but in that year's time, they would be exempt from the fees, and that would give us an opportunity to figure it out on something that's fair and equitable, that we increase the fee to, what did you say, $175?
$150 without lights, $175 with lights.
Because we did talk at one point about attracting outside tournaments and getting some money here. And I'll add, so that's the motion, if people understand it. But I'll add, since I have the floor, I think that's a good compromise. I did make a couple notes on a tiered fee schedule, but I will also say and go on the record that I don't agree with unlimited community access to these fields either. You can't go to the jungle, you can't go to the track, you can't go in the gym at the high school and shoot basketball on the weekend. I get it. We have other fields to do that. But anyway, did you have a question?
I just had a comment. I agree with Mr. Williams on charging out of county people for the use of these fields, definitely. But I think what they have proposed are such nominal fees, you might as well just say it's free for everybody. And you've got a $7 million investment that our taxpayers are paying for. When you spread out that $30 over somebody using it for an hour, that is so.
Well, they have to use it for 2 hours.
Well, yeah, if it's 501c3. But spread that amongst the number of people that are going to be using it, it's virtually nothing. So I'm not going to support this because I think the users should appreciate it enough to help pay for it, at least in these minimal fees that they're talking about. So I'm not going to support it.
Any other discussion?
Mr.
Woodruff.
I'd just like to share with Mr. Barlow. I agree with you for one day. They're pretty minimal, but when you spread it out over a whole season,
Yep.
whether it be for soccer or for football, I mean, it winds up not being a small amount of money. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? If not, we'll take
One question. When you have pickleball at the Betty Queen Center or special events at the Betty Queen Center, do we not have a staff member on site?
We have a site supervisor.
We have a site supervisor. So we already hire, just like we would for the fields, we already have staff that supervises other activities in the building. So there's no difference there.
There's more requirements to
Yeah.
manage and maintain the turf field.
Right. Yeah.
All right, any other comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Moore?
the proposal, Mr. Williams, that's for practices, not games, right?
That's for everything.
So if they play games all day Saturday, it's going to be free?
Well, I want to negotiate an MOU for something too. I want them to work with them and negotiate an MOU. Then maybe there's a flat fee for the year or something like that. Maybe there's $1,000. I don't care. Just something. I want them to work it out with them. I'm willing to waive the whole hourly fee. I'm willing to see what it does for a year and give it a chance to work. But I need for the associations to be reasonable, and the county is now going to be reasonable. Not that they weren't before. I want to be very clear. I don't mean to imply they weren't being reasonable before. This is new. We're all learning here, and I need everybody to come to the table and work through this together.
Mr. Chairman, I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse. Why not get the MOU? And with respect to Supervisor Williams, good ideas. I agree with you. You've turned me a little bit. But why not get to the point where we have the MOU in front of us, we understand what it is that we're going to be agreeing to, instead of agreeing to something that we don't know what it is.
Well, I think
Supervisor Barnes just brought up, will they be paying for the weekends or not?
I think the reason for that, the MOU will be between these organizations and Parks and Rec, not the Board of Supervisors. The only thing the Board of Supervisors, we would have to approve it. I understand that, but we don't negotiate it. But the board's being asked to set rates right now, correct? And field usage and all that. So I have zero interest. These people seem like wonderful folks, but I have zero interest in sitting down and negotiating about soccer, which I don't understand, and I only know it can end in a tie, so why play the game? That's your job, right? Valid point. Everybody's point here is valid, but I think that's what you do. It gives you a year to figure it out, bring it back to the board. Nobody can say that we weren't willing to work. I don't think nobody can say that they're not willing to work. I know my appointee to the Parks and Rec Advisory Commission is the football, right? Or is he soccer? Ryan Underwood. He's both, okay. That's why I pointed him, because he's both. I've talked to him over the weekend. He's on vacation. He's reasonable to try to work it out. I think it just gives us an opportunity to step back and breathe.
Well, let me help you, okay? Is there any reason between now and our next meeting, which is the last Monday of April, that we can't table this motion, send you back with them to go work on an MOU and report back to us that everybody's happy and we have it worked out, and then we can approve this thing? Is there any reason we can't do that? There's still paving down there, is that right?
Correct. We finished this week.
So we just would not rent the fields to anyone until we get this addressed.
That's fine.
I'm okay with that.
That's fine.
Okay, so I move that we table
You
this
can't do
matter.
that. You can't do that. Withdraw your motion.
Okay, withdraw.
Who seconded it?
I second, I'll withdraw it.
All right. We'll put this on the board's next agenda. I think we've given you direction on what to bring us back at the next agenda.
Good,
Okay, thank you.
good.
All right, excuse me. We'll move on to supervisor comments. Anybody have any comments?
I do.
We commented out.
I do. Not many. Somebody, and I don't know if they're still here, I can't remember who it was, addressed taxes and data centers and how we weren't getting revenue. I want to be clear, there's revenue coming. It doesn't come overnight. They have to build the data center, they have to put the data center online, and most of the revenue comes from where, Mr. Woodward?
The servers.
From the servers inside the data center. So until they are complete, we will not see that. We're starting to see some money ramping up from that, but it is not here yet and it is not complete. That is my only comment. I need to clear it for the night. Thank you so much, Supervisor Adams.
Anybody else? All right. Committee reports.
Mr. Chairman, I have one. Lake Advisory Committee met April 1. Excuse me, that was in lieu of our March meeting, which we changed. And the hydrological management plan for 2026 is underway on the main lake. We also made sure that all buoys are to be compliant and reset by Memorial Day weekend. The secretary of that group is with us. If he would like to add anything to my report, I would welcome that as well.
Yes, sir. You covered it.
My report.
Anybody else? I will give a brief update, though this isn't an actual committee.
Tony.
Wasn't an actual committee, but last Friday, Louisa County did host a summit we had invited all the counties impacted by Valley Link. All but one county attended. It was a very good meeting. The leadership in those counties were all hearing the same types of concerns from their citizens. There was a general consensus to move forward and explore options on a regional basis as we move forward. And I think that we'll probably get back together again in the very near future. I don't know if it'll be in person or not, to continue to work on a plan to represent our citizens and our constituents' concerns with Valley Link on a regional basis. Board appointments, Mr. Barnes?
Yes. I'd like to appoint Ms. Lisa Price, who, to the Tourism Advisory Committee. Ms. Price was a planning commission member. Mr. Barlow knows her really well.
Yep.
Very talented young lady with an MBA, to serve on the Tourism Committee.
Ms. Williams?
Lily Bramble to the Commission on Aging. Thank you, Mr. Woodward, for reminding me.
All those in favor of these two appointments signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those folks are appointed. Thank you for your service. Mr. Goodwin, County Administrator's report.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief, as much of what I've been working on is contained elsewhere in the agenda, but I will direct you to my report, which starts on page 89, and just draw your attention to some correspondence. There's a piece in there from Columbia Gas regarding some planned upgrades along their existing gas line in the county. It sounds like it's going to be primarily within existing footprints, and also information from Dominion on upgrading the line that we talked about last year, the 500 kV line on the eastern eastern side of the county. An upgrade that they want to do to that due to the system age, or to the age of that infrastructure, sounds like that's going to be within the footprint as well. Lots of other correspondence in there, but just a couple other dates. Make sure you've got Household Hazardous Waste Day on April the 25th on your calendar, and those of your constituents. And then there's a Special Needs and Autism Festival coming up on June the 6th, so keep that in mind for your districts. That concludes my prepared remarks. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Goodwin? All right. We'll move on to public hearings. Our first public hearing is the fiscal year 2027 budget. Mrs. Colvin.
Chairman and members of the board, to start tonight, we're going to have our newly appointed assessor, Ms. Allison Carter, give a presentation on assessments.
Thank you. Our newly appointed assessor.
Very honored, very honored. So, good evening, Chairman and board members. I am Allison Carter. I am now becoming the assessor. I was deputy assessor for Louisa County Real Estate Assessment Office. And I have with me Rich Gasper. He's the acting assessor currently. So tonight I'll be explaining the importance of the real estate assessment process and its role in ensuring fair and equitable property assessments throughout Louisa County. So first off, I'm going to discuss the relationship between the assessor's office and the Board of Supervisors. So first and foremost, we are two separate entities. So Louisa County voters elect for the Commissioner of Revenue. The assessor's office is under the supervision of the Commissioner of Revenue, not the Board of Supervisors. And Louisa County voters also elect for the Board of Supervisors, and they determine the tax rate, not the property values. So it's very important to understand that the assessor's office determines property values, and the tax rate is set by the Board of Supervisors. So every year we do our reassessment process, and once that is complete, we will we mail our assessments out and issue a public notice with the appeal deadline. Then after that, there is a public hearing on the tax rate, which has already occurred. And then as of tonight, we're discussing the proposed fiscal year budget. And the next meeting is going to be on the Board of Supervisors determine the yearly tax rate. So the assessment office responsibilities include ensure accurate, equitable, and fair property values. That's priority. Maintain accurate property records and conduct annual reassessments that are based on market activity. So like I had mentioned, we do annual reassessments. And the benefits of our annual reassessments, it ensures property values are aligned and up to date with the current real estate market. That prevents substantial increases rather than waiting 3 years or more and facing large sudden increases or decreases. Annual assessments allow for smaller, more gradual changes that are easier for property owners to anticipate and manage. It improves accuracy in our assessments and fairness among all property owners. It offers more stability for taxpayers and the county. It creates a more stable, transparent, and predictable system for both the taxpayers and our community. So next I'm going to explain the reassessment process. So county assessment offices utilize mass appraisal when valuing properties. Mass appraisal is the process of analyzing a group of similar properties using property sales to achieve equality and uniformity in values. Qualified prior year sales are further segregated into unique markets such as Lake Anna, commercial, industrial, and rural areas. We divide Lake Anna and analyze sales by specific neighborhoods, recognizing not all locations of the lake are comparable and market conditions can vary across the lake. Our analysis considers location, desirability, and market demand to ensure accuracy. After all the sales are analyzed, the median ratio of all the market qualified sales dictates if the values must increase, decrease, or remain the same. Ratios are determined by taking the assessed value of a property and dividing it by the sale price. So some examples of qualified sales include open market sales listed on the MLS, for example, also known as a multiple listing service, sales between unrelated parties, typical financing, and acting independently of each other that are not under duress. Atypical financing, for example, is seller financing. That's a good example of one. Parcels that were recently split or merged are also non-qualified sales. New construction sales and properties with significant renovations are disqualified immediately from the analysis to maintain the compliance with Virginia Department of Taxation guidelines. These sales do not reflect the typical market conditions, as they may include builder incentives, closing cost assistance, financing concessions, or upgrade packages that can distort the true market value. So that is why we do not include new construction sales. Auction sales are also disqualified, and sale between related parties. And if you would like to visit to see more other ways that there's how properties are qualified or non-qualified, you can visit tax.virginia.gov. So market values. So when analyzing prior year sales, important characteristics are considered, which include location, sale price, square footage, home type, for example, 1-story, 2-story, we separate those in our analysis, year built, quality, condition, and number of acres. Values are based on Marshall & Swift cost valuation, with the addition of market adjustments verified by property sales throughout the county. Virginia State Code 58.1-3201 requires property values to be assessed at 100% fair market value. Virginia Department of Taxation regulates the assessor's office to ensure compliance using an annual estimated ratio state study. This study determines whether the assessor's office is meeting that standard. For 2025, the results from the study indicated the median ratio was 96.64% for Louisa County. This indicates that property values in our county are still low. On-site property inspections are very important to make sure we use qualified sales. So our appraisers are conducting our on-site inspections approximately 50% of the time. Reasons for site inspections are new construction, building, miscellaneous permits, appeals, sales verifications, and owner request. Site inspections ensure accuracy and property valuations and our market analysis. So all property owners have a right to appeal every year. Deadline to appeal is 30 days after notice is postmarked. Our priority is to ensure accuracy, equality, and fairness. Assessor's office encourages questions or concerns prior to the appeal deadline. Property owners can review their property valuations at louisacounty.gov. The Board of Equalization, also known as a BOE, if the property owner does not agree with the assessor's appeal decision, they have the right to appeal with the Board of Equalization. The deadline to appeal with the BOE for this year is April 30th of 2026. The Virginia Board of Equalization members are appointed by the judge of the circuit court. Their focus is to ensure assessments are equitable, fair, and uniform. If there are any questions or concerns about your property values, please communicate that to the assessor's office. If there are any questions or concerns about the tax rate, they should be communicated to the Board of Supervisors. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Cuckoo District will probably enjoy speaking with you.
Yes.
And I was curious, what are unique markets based upon these certain neighborhoods? I read on there that the assessments are sometimes grouped in unique markets.
That's correct.
what would that be? What would be a definite, an example of that? Would, for example, the Barmoys house, which went up 19%, I don't know what their neighborhood's called, but would that be considered one of those types of neighborhoods?
So the specific unique neighborhood markets would be Lake Anna area.
Okay.
Water access, waterfront, Spring Creek neighborhood is a specific neighborhood that we can't compare to other neighborhoods.
Understood.
Yeah.
Any other question? Do you have a?
Go ahead.
So how do you, I mean, the first person that complains about reassessments every year to me is my wife, so, I mean, I get it.
Is she really the first?
Yeah, she really does. Every
The
year.
first, she's the first, though.
She's the first,
Okay.
yeah.
Not
She
sure-
op-
not
she
sure I believe
opens
that,
the
but I'm
mail
gonna go with
and tells me about it, but how do you answer the question? Because I refer the questions on assessment back to the assessor's office. We heard it here tonight from a couple people. I can't sell my house for what the county has it assessed for. I mean, I hear that a lot. How do, number one, I guess, I'm asking to read people's minds, but how do people get to that point? But number two, how do you get to an assessment that seems to at least that person that's kind of out of whack?
We utilize mass appraisal, so it's very different from a standard fee appraisal that actually just compares 3 to 4 properties. So we take the median ratio out of all of our properties that are within that specific area as we analyze our market conditions, and then we take that median ratio. So it depends where they are on that ratio, but for the most part, if they feel like their values are inaccurate, please contact our office during appeal season. We definitely will look and have an appraiser come on site and make sure that we are 100% accurate with our inspections and our valuations.
But when they come on site, just so everybody's clear, the appraisal could go up, couldn't it? Yeah.
It could if if there are things on that property that are not on the property card currently, it could go up, but it also could go down as well.
Sure. No, thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Williams.
So, I
wanted to add to that.
Yeah, use the mic, Rich.
When she talked about the medium ratio and so forth, you're of course going to have some properties that are outliers, I'll call them. So there's always a chance that somebody we're too low on, and then we might be too high.
Yeah.
You're never going to have everybody sitting right in on.
No, I understand, yeah. No, it's just an interesting process, yeah.
So
Okay.
that's when it's time to call.
Well, I mean, I had somebody tell me the other day that maybe some raw land in the county is underassessed, right? Maybe, and so I don't know. I mean, I guess you can't please everybody all the time, so. Yes, sir.
So I just want to be a little clear on because I think I understand the process and how it works, and I'm going to describe this, and you can just tell me, yes, that's right, or no, that's wrong.
Okay.
So you start by how big is the house, and you put a square footage to it. And then you put the house in a category. We're at the lake, and we are lake access, and a lake access home is worth, I'm going to just pick a number, $150 a square foot. I know it's inaccurate, so that's worth $150 a square foot if it's in 100% good shape. So this one's at 80%, so we're going to mass appraise this 2,000 square foot house at $150 a foot, which is $300,000, at 80%, which is $240,000. There's my mass appraisal. Is that the way the process works a little bit?
A little bit, but not the 80%.
Yeah, so I mean, we divide it even between, go as far as, is it 1 story, is it 2 story, and the location of it as well, how many acres, and that plays a huge part in it, so.
But it's based on a footage value with a dollar value assigned to the square footage based on the zone that you're in and where you categorize the house. Is that accurate? Okay, so and in that category, just like you said, maybe the houses are worth 160 at the top and 140 at the bottom. And when you divide that over the houses and you use 150, then that's your median for your mass appraisal. So, and you're not going to get them all perfect, but you're going to get them all in the range of close. Is that accurate to say?
And the state says we should really be about 10%.
Use the mic. I know people trying to hear you, but Rich, that's all, in the back.
The state says we should be either 10% within a range of 10% under or 10% over.
Which is a 20% range.
20% range.
So the second thing I want to just say out loud, and I'm saying this for the public, not for me, I understand this, is that we are currently assessed at about 96.5% of value in the county. The county's goal and this board's goal is to be at 100%. And for those of you who don't understand why that is because we have a power plant and Walmart and other people that get assessed by the State Corporation Commission. So if they owe us $1 million in taxes up there based on the assessment, we're only getting $965,000 of that. We're shorting ourselves $35,000 from the power plant. So the county's goal has for years to stay at 100%. Now I see people nodding their heads up and down and all this and assessing every year. It goes both ways. There's people that assess every 3 years and you get a 32% increase. And if you don't believe me, go ask a county. Some of our neighbors, they'll be happy to share with what that looks like. Or you can get 10%, a 12%, another 10%. Same as it comes down. I mean, it's the same going up and the same coming down. And it has come down. If you don't believe me, I wasn't here, but you can ask about 2008. And the board was committed at that time to keep the tax rate constant as well, not raise the tax rate to do that. So we've always it's been the position of the board since I've been on it to let I call it the organic growth fund the growth of the county. And the good news then is we've been successful at doing that. So we're getting ready to talk about the budget, which is the next step. So I will also say that we had a budget roadshow. We went to 3 locations. We went to Jewett, we went to the middle school, and went to Trevilian's, and I attended all 3. And I think we had 10 citizens show up. So I just want to be clear that if you're concerned about budget and costs and stuff like that, you should come out and participate in these things, because it was a time to ask a bunch of one-on-one questions and get personal with some people. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Wood.
I really don't have, thank you, congratulations.
Thank you.
I don't know why you'd want to do this, but I'm glad that you do.
It could be worse. She could be sitting up here.
Well, I'm not, there are times when I kind of wonder about that. But, and my comment really is about, if anybody else has any questions for them, I would say please go first. I have a comment that I want to make concerning budget finance item that I should have done during our talking time, but I didn't. It concerns the senior discount, that we give seniors in the county now at certain income levels. And I think that's something that we definitely as a body need to address before tax season next year, and look and see where those numbers are and what kind of changes we potentially could make to that.
Mr. Chairman, we asked Ms. Colvin to bring us back something.
Are we finished? They don't need to
I think
say
so,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank y'all.
Ms. Colvin's going to bring us some revised numbers on that matrix, I think, next
Thank you.
meeting. Yeah.
Ready? All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Supervisor Williams did talk about the Budget Roadshow, and we included a few slides at that roadshow. I know most of you, if not all of you, attended one or more of them, and so you saw this, but we got asked, even though there were a small number of citizens there, it was worthwhile. Staff felt it was worthwhile. We had a lot of staff there, but we got asked to give this presentation, the first few slides of the Budget Roadshow presentation here tonight at the budget public hearing. So I'm just going to run through them very quickly, just talk a little bit about the county facts and background, and then I'll let Wanda talk about the budget. As you all know, this is a big county, and we've got a lot of people in it. You know these numbers by heart. The number of full-time staff is growing. We've got a low unemployment rate. And as Wanda will talk about in a couple of minutes, our tax rates are low compared to the region. You know, Louisa County is a good place to be if you're interested in a good deal. And we're also, as has been noted tonight, we've kind of bounced around between one of the faster growing localities in the state of Virginia. And right now we're at 4th, and we were at 3rd. We dropped briefly down to 12th or 13th, and then we came back up again. But I do want us to keep in mind, and I want the people listening and watching online tonight to keep that growth in mind, because that growth drives a lot of what we're here to talk about in this public hearing tonight. So we are one of the fastest growing localities, and what is driving this change? Well, we have a really strategic location. You all know this. We talked about this in depth at a meeting a month and a half or so ago. We're right between these major metropolitan areas of Richmond and Charlottesville and Fredericksburg. We have proximal access to 95 and direct access to 64. We have Lake Anna. Just a lot of geographical amenities that really position this county well. We do have low taxes. It doesn't feel like it right now. The assessor's office just got done talking, and you all asked them great questions. We have low taxes and low land values compared to many of the other localities around us, specifically on the tax side at least. Land values are increasing writ large across central Virginia just because of the demographic forces that are at work in central Virginia right now. We also have, and we've talked about them extensively tonight, certainly great schools, certainly great fiber internet. And we talked, if you all remember years ago when we first started talking about fiber internet, we were like, wow, you know, how much of a barrier is it to locating in Louisa County that we don't have ubiquitous internet? And there was some discussion back then of what barrier would that remove when that ubiquity happened in Louisa County? And we're here now. And we talked during Ms. Breakfield's presentations about maintaining the agricultural and forestal and rural nature of the county, about the level of growth that's happening right now. And I think we're averaging over 40 houses a month. 450 some houses a year. Don't quote me on those numbers, but I think they're about right. So all these things are combining to drive significant growth in the county, and the combination of growth and inflation is what's driving a lot of what we're seeing and what our citizens are feeling in our budget right now. So how do we manage that growth and still make Louisa a great deal? And we're just going to talk about some things that, again, you all that I'm talking to directly are familiar with some of these numbers, but just going over them again, now that we're talking about the budget public hearing, it costs over $15,000 a year to educate every student in Louisa County. And we feel like the schools are so wonderful that that's a bargain, but it's still a real cost. And every household in the county averages 0.3 students and 0.12 fire and EMS calls per year, and almost 2 calls to the sheriff's office for services a year, every home, every rooftop, and almost 830 pounds of trash in the landfill that we just made an agreement to expand today. So population growth does drive costs. And if you look at it on average, and now I'm going down the right side of the screen, if you look at it on average, every home brings in around $4,700 in additional costs. Every new home, $4,700 every year. And every home on average, if we just divide rooftops by general property tax revenues, brings in about $3,900 in revenue. And I know you all are faster in math than I am, but somebody's already saying, well, geez, we're losing $800 per household. And so that's why we pay so much attention to population growth. And especially if you look at the bottom of the screen, there are 9,000 available parcels for development in this county right now. 9,000. And over 70% of those are outside of growth areas. So that means in a county where we all care so much about maintaining the rural nature of the county, we're experiencing the fastest population growth, and that population growth is driving cost, and a lot of that growth is out in the rural part of the county where we don't want it to happen. And that's why we're all feeling this kind of budget pressure. And Louisa is not alone, board members and members of the public. This is happening when I talk to my colleagues, and I know you all talk to your colleagues as well. Localities in Central Virginia, just because of this area and all the forces that are at play in this area right now, are all under the same pressures that we are, and it makes your job tough. So I definitely appreciate what you do. And this is why you have, as a Board of Supervisors, been so interested in diversifying this economy and getting revenue streams that aren't reliant on this kind of archaic revenue structure that localities in Virginia are really compelled to focus on under the Dillon Rule. Property taxes comprise the vast majority, and Wanda will talk about it. Property taxes comprise the vast majority of the revenue that is available to you. So this board and boards like it in Central Virginia have been very focused on looking at other revenue sources, be it data centers, be it transient occupancy taxes or meals taxes or ways to get revenue streams in the county to offset the cost of services driven by a growing amount of population and shifting some of that cost to the people who travel through the county or maybe just work in the county but don't live here or maybe do business in the county but we don't provide some of those direct services to, like schools and public safety and that type of thing. So that is the background for why budgets are difficult times every year for local governments, and certainly Louisa included in that. And I want to chat a little bit about why we have a budget overall.
Good evening. What is a budget? It's our annual financial plan that the county uses to determine how we spend the money. It is for informative planning purposes only. That is the code section of how it's identified. We do try to stay within that budget whenever possible. Sorry about my voice. All localities have a budget year of July 1 to June 30, and we are required to hold a public hearing every year to make sure that the public is aware of what's in our budget. We notify 7 days in advance by law, and we normally run 2 advertisements for that. Why is the budget important? It allows us to identify the fiscal constraints to the revenue and expenditures. We incorporate our capital projects and debt service into that budget. It helps us govern how, when, and if the county is able to spend money. I missed on the last slide, our budget process goes about all year. We actually start in July, talking to department heads, doing fiscal planning, meeting with our volunteer fire stations and EMS stations to determine the needs, and then they start developing their budgets, which they submit to me in November. Then we take December, that the Finance Committee and Finance, myself, go through all those budgets, meet with department heads, and narrow those down to what's really needed versus over the wants. In March, we begin balancing that budget. We have further conversations, public work sessions so that everybody's involved. And then April, we hold our public hearing, and at our next meeting, we'll adopt the budget. Budgetary controls. We do hold public hearings anytime our budget goes more than 1% over the adopted budget. This is so that the public knows what's happening with our budgets. Department heads are responsible to make sure they stay within their budgets, and administration also monitors those budgets to make sure we don't overspend. It's my responsibility to make sure our revenues come in where they need to be, and if they don't, then I notify you guys well in advance so we can plan on that. And when those deficits appear that they may be forthcoming, we look for alternative reductions or alternative funding sources that can help mitigate that. And then in the board package every month, we give a monthly summary of where we're at to the budget to spend, so we can also monitor it that way, and the public can see those items. So high-level budget numbers now. Our budget is $201 million for fiscal year 27 as proposed. The expenses are increased about $11.5 million, which is a 6.58% increase. Revenues are up about $15.9 million, which is an 8.6% increase. No tax rate increase is proposed in this budget. And we have an operating surplus of $14.6 million to meet a capital project list of items that we need to do of about $14.7. The difference in those budgets is $17,000, which will come from transit occupancy tax for funds that will be used towards like the Art Center and Historical Society for purposes that are allowed with that funding. Current tax rates are definitely some of the lowest on real estate. Orange is showing lower, but they also charge a 15 cent per 100 EMS fee. Personal property taxes, we are the lowest rate in our surrounding counties. So revenue sources, if you look at this chart, you can see our general property taxes are 54% of our budget. We do try to make up the rest of it with building permits, sales taxes, meals taxes, transit occupancy taxes, interest that we earn on monies, rents, and then we have state and federal revenues. Some of the highlights of some of the increases for the revenue: real estate tax is up 17.3%, but this includes the increase of 6.88% in the assessments, not including new construction. It includes, there's a cut-along special service district in our area for the cut-along project. That includes those taxes. It includes past real estate years where we collect past collections. And it also includes additional real estate valuations that we're looking for real estate taxes to gain on the Amazon build-out. Interest bank deposits are up because we have a lot of capital projects in the works. So our bank deposits are higher, so we're earning more money on those. Our sales tax revenues are up. Building and zoning permits are up. We're anticipating an increase there. Those are from the Amazon build-out as well for building permits for that. Public Service Corporation taxes are up. Our Firefly infrastructure for the broadband has increased some of the Public Service Corporation, our utilities, so we earn an increased revenue there. Transit occupancy tax revenues are up. Personal property tax revenues we're showing down because in this budget, there is a 15% tax rebate on personal property taxes included, if that's what the board so chooses. And then school revenues are up 2% for a total increase of 8.6%. Expenditures, our largest expenditures is education, 51% of our budget. Public safety and health and welfare are our next largest at 14% and 7%. And then capital projects are 7%, with debt service being 5%. Highlights of the expenditure increases. Capital projects are $1.9 million increased over last year. Salary increases. We have a 3% salary increase built in for school and county staff, plus STEP for the schools. Health insurance increase this year was 16.7%. This budget has that increase as well as picking up the employee portion of that increase for those who did our wellness plan. Additional public safety positions are included for the sheriff's office and dispatch. We have, I think, one other position for the county included, and then the school has some positions. CSA, as you saw tonight, are up. CSA cost and DHS cost are up. And the contractual and maintenance expenditures have increased for a 7.17% increase in expenditures. Some of the capital highlights, some of the larger items we have in our capital plan this year. We now do a 20-year plan, but this is in our first year of that plan. $2.68 million for technology upgrades, equipment, et cetera, at the schools, the buses, the normal capital plan. The animal shelter building addition is $2 million. We have fire apparatus replacements and equipment at 1.6, sheriff's vehicle equipment at 1.1. We do have some county long-term capital reserves in here of 1.6 to hopefully be saved for future needs for the following years. General services maintenance shop, that's $867,000. We have volunteer station capital projects in here. We use their stations and we have people there and we run out of those stations, so we try to keep those buildings maintained. And then Lake Anna, Louisa County Water Authority, we have the Bowlers Mill Dam improvements and the ammonia nitrogen project. We've been saving for these over the last couple years, and we've been putting money aside to meet those needs when the time comes. And then landfill closure and new cell development, we've been putting money in there each year. So when things like tonight, we have the money available to meet that need. Available funding to meet budget needs that if it was outside of our budget, we do have an unrestricted fund balance at this time of $7.99 million. We have cash flow reserves set aside of $12 million. The North Anna Power Plant, a fund was reserved back when that was first put into place of $15.8 million in case anything was to ever happen, and that was to shut down to help with that tax base while we revamped and looked for other ways to meet that. Long-term capital reserves, we do have $54 million for the county reserves. Most of that was the Shannon Hill sale, at least $42 million, I believe. And the long-term school capital reserves is at $12.4 million, which we hope to use towards a new elementary school in the upcoming years. Some changes since we did our public hearing notice. I've had some minor changes. Most are with salaries and benefits. As we got our health insurance increase, we realized that we needed to move more of a little bit less increase in salaries and pick up that employee health insurance increase. So you'll see some of those savings. The Jefferson Madison Regional Library came back. They had a change that decreased us about $2,000. We have some capital projects for the school that at our next meeting, they're going to ask to move to 26. So I took them out of the 27 budget for now because they'll ask that at our next board meeting. And then the cut along CDA, the revenues and the expenses wash, so it's pretty much a pass-through, but they sent me their final budget. So our current budget went from 201.1 to 201.03. So our next steps, we're waiting on the final state budget. The next meeting will adopt the capital budget and the operating budget and adopt a tax rate. And then at our May 4th meeting, we'll have the appropriation of these budgets. And I'm ready to answer any questions you may have.
Anyone have any questions for Ms. Colvin or Mr. Goodwin?
Just a comment. Another great job.
Thank you very much.
Well, this is a public hearing, so we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here that would wish to address the board on this budget presentation? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. We'll move on to our next public hearing, which is a resolution authorizing a budget supplement to design and construct water treatment plant process upgrades at Ferncliff Water Treatment Plant and upgrade the New Bridge wastewater treatment plant, presented by Ms. Colvin.
We'll start, and if you have hard questions, Andy and Pam are here as my backup. So how
Okay.
about that?
Right.
This is for 2 public utility facilities that are in need of upgrades. We had capital projects that we were looking at for the water authority, but we had to all kind of meet and prioritize and figure out what those needs were. These are 2 that one is mandatory by requirements of the code and one is contractually obligated. So the Ferncliff Water Treatment Plant, it's about $11.5 million for the upgrades that are needed there, and that is a requirement from DEQ. And then the second one is the New Bridge Wastewater Treatment Plant upgrades, and this is upgrading that facility as needed. I will let them add anything you would like to add to that, ladies and gentlemen. And this is a request to use the funding some of the funding we have set aside in our long-term capital projects fund to fund these 2 projects.
Why? So that's a little bit of a change. Can you explain why that's a little bit of a change?
The change to fund this?
Yeah.
Yes. We originally were going to pay off some debt, but we were going to issue debt for these 2 projects with the water authority. Well, as we looked at the price of issuing that debt, of course, interest rates are higher now than they were with our debt that we were going to pay off. So it was determined it's best to not pay off that debt and leave that alone and cash fund the projects that would cost higher and get those done before the price goes up higher.
Thank you.
So just a little bit more information. It's not really an upgrade at the Ferncliff Water Treatment Plant. The clarifier was always part of the original project. The Virginia Department of Health, Office of Drinking Water, the Lexington Field Office, back in 2015, approved removing that from that original project. With PFAS regulations, pharmaceuticals, and microplastics coming, I asked if we could send this back to our new primacy agency, which is Richmond Field Office, to have them review it, which they did, and they said that the clarifier needed to go back into the project. So it's not really an upgrade of a plant that we haven't even started yet. It's just finishing off a process there. On the Ferncliff, or New Bridge, wastewater treatment plant, when the county took that over, we knew from day one that that was going to have to be upgraded. We have tried to make the thing work, and we have struggled from time to time with some exceedances over there. So the plant really needs, based on the receiving waters, which is Lake Anna, as well as the operations of that plant are just miserable. So that needs to be upgraded to meet today's standards. I'll be glad to answer any questions about operational wise.
So just a quick question. So do you know off the top of your head what the projected cost of that clarifier in 2015 was versus what it's going to cost now? I mean, that's the...
Yeah, ballpark, it was roughly $4 to $4.5 million.
And now it's...
11.5.
11.5.
So it's tripled.
It's tripled, but that's not unique to this project. That is across the board for wastewater, water infrastructure projects, everywhere you look. I mean, it's,
We're seeing that same phenomenon at Newbridge.
that's correct. That's correct.
Phenomenon. That's a good word for it.
But you use it very often. I have another word, but I won't say it in public.
I'm reading over a report, I sent it to Andy and Christian, in the water sector, all you have to do is say water or wastewater, and the cost goes up exponentially. I think it said that water and wastewater infrastructure is far exceeding any cost of living projected increase that is out there.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? All right, thank you.
If I may, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
sir.
just a note, we are making improvements to the wastewater treatment plant at Lake Anna such that if we decide to expand to additional flow tiers, that we're accounting for those now, so we're not in the same position 5 years from now having to pay double or triple what it would cost today to implement those. And it's mostly in the ground piping and things of that nature. So just a point of clarification.
Thank you. All right, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here that would wish to address the board? Yes, sir. Hey, John.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Supervisors, thank you for the time. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of
I know who you are, but name and mineral.
I'm John Wayne from the Mineral District, but tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the Lake Anna Civic Association. Reading the press surrounding the $32 million request for capital improvements for the Water Authority, LACA was surprised to learn about certain portions of these costs. Currently, the Water Authority holds a permit to discharge only 99,000 gallons per day of effluent into Lake Anna, and from the acquired Newbridge facility, as you know. LACA would like to register its opposition to any funding that moves the Newbridge plant beyond a discharge greater than what is currently approved. I'm sure you remember 2.5 years ago when we took this position during the public debate surrounding the Lake Anna Resort rezoning, and there's been no public discussion about this that we're aware of since that time. The cost you're discussing today for the Newbridge upgrade is more than 3 times what it was 2.5 years ago, as you just pointed out, and apparently includes at least some of these volume upgrades, and it will probably continue to go up. From the volume of discharge you're now apparently looking to fund, it seems that the ambitions of the board regarding commercial development in the Newbridge area may be increasing also. This point deserves public debate prior to approving and spending public funds. We request that any part of the $33 million funding you aim to approve tonight that's necessary to build out the Newbridge facility to handle the volume beyond that which is currently permitted, which is 99,000 gallons per day, not be approved. Further, we request that the board undertake a thorough public discussion and debate of any increases in capacity beyond that which is currently approved by DEQ, providing the public an opportunity to make their thoughts and concerns known before allocating funds there. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the board? Mr. Winstrom.
Good evening. Been a long evening. Phil Winston, I'm in the Mineral District. I opposed the expansion of the Lake Anna sewage treatment facility 2.5, 3 years ago. It doesn't seem that we have a real need for expansion of this facility today. I looked at what we did tonight, and we bought land to expand a waste treatment area, a landfill, that we won't use for 50 years, if I heard it correctly, based on what we were told tonight. Now we're looking to do the same with a wastewater treatment plant that we don't have any users for, other than the ones that are already there. We have a proposal that there's going to be a resort that's going to use this facility, and they're going to contribute $1 million towards our, what are we up to, 15 million now to expand this thing? Again, we don't have any users for it. I live within a half a mile of that facility, And 2.5 years ago, when I asked if my drain field goes bad, can I use this? Can I tap into this? Oh, no, that's for commercial development only. You as a resident can't use that facility because you're not a commercial identity. What are we doing? We're spending money just to spend money is what it looks like, just because there's an opportunity to expand, to expand, to expand. We don't have use for this facility. We need to improve it. Yes, we don't need to expand it. We need to make it so it's not dumping stuff in the lake, which is where our property values for many of us come from, is because of that lake. I agree, we need to fix it. We don't need to expand it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Anyone else wish to address the board? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Bring this issue back to the board. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I want to clarify a few things real quick before we take a vote. I'm sorry, I know it's late, and I know you want to go see a game, but I can't let that one go by. We are not expanding the plant. We are putting it back at the 99,000 level. We bought that plant for basically nothing. It was almost given to us. We paid a nominal fee for it. I don't remember what it was. We didn't buy it because it's a good deal. Bought it because it was polluting the lake. So your property values are based on lake pollution, and I understand that, and we were protecting your property rights at the time, Mr. Winston. So the other thing we got with that you can't buy in the Commonwealth of Virginia is we got nutrient credits. We talked about that. It was something that we did. It was intentional. It wasn't slighted. And I don't know, but my guess is if your septic field goes bad, that they're going to figure out how to hook you up on the system. So if you're there, well, I don't know, but I mean, that's my guess. So let's just be clear with some things there. I am not happy that the cost has tripled. In fact, I'm frustrated, angry, and upset about it. But here we are. And the lake is an important enough feature to us that we're not willing to let it sit there and continue to be polluted. We can't operate it within regulations. Is that right, Ms. Ballman? We can't do it. We can't get it there with the plant. And it would be foolish of us to put infrastructure in the ground that would require us to go back and re-spend money at a different level if we choose to expand in the future. And that's what we're doing. Is that right, Mr. Wade? Okay, so I want to be clear. Mr. Chairman, I move we approve both these projects.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that we approve this resolution. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next is a resolution authorizing acceptance of an unsolicited Public-Private Educational Facilities and Infrastructure Act proposal to design and construct water treatment plant process upgrades to the Ferncliff Water Treatment Plant. Mr. Wade.
Sir, Mr. Chair, members of the board, piggybacking on the previous public hearing, resolution before you tonight to accept an unsolicited PPA proposal for the process upgrades at the Ferncliff Water Treatment Plant. As Pam mentioned, or all of the reasons she mentioned, the upgrade is to include an inline clarification process, which includes coagulation, flocculation, and sedimentation to enhance the potable water quality at Ferncliff. The county received an unsolicited PPEA proposal from MEB General Contractors. They're the general contractor, and Timmons Group is the design engineer of record for this project. Both of those firms were the design engineer and contractor of record when the water treatment plant was built. In accordance with our PPA guidelines, the county solicited competing proposals for which we did not receive any qualifying proposals. We solicited proposals for 45 days, which is in accordance with our PPA guidelines. That time frame was December 10th, 2025 through January 23rd, 2026. PPA Selection Committee has decided this is the best proposal to move forward with because it's the only proposal that we have. And subject to approval tonight, this resolution authorizes the county administrator, subject to project funding, which you just did, and approval by the county attorney for a comprehensive agreement and design build contract to enter into those agreements with the design build team on or after May 7th of 2026. The reason for the delay is our PPA guidelines also mandate that we have a 30-day waiting period between the public hearing and the time in which we enter into the contracts with the design build team. It also directs the county administrator to make available to the public the procurement file and the project as a whole to the extent permitted by law. That concludes my remarks. Happy to answer any questions.
And time is of the essence here because we're within 18 months to probably less than 24, but 18 to 24 months to having that treatment facility online with the JRWA, isn't that correct?
Yeah, ideally, and Pam could tell you as well, but timing is perfect in that we can have this constructed and commissioned along with the James River Water Projects, which is what the water treatment plant will be treating for the distribution to the customers.
Any other questions from Mr.
Chairman?
Wade? Mr. McConnell?
Mr. Wade, I'd like to ask, if we only got one qualified bid, how do we know that 11.5 million is a good deal for our taxpayers?
That's a good question. We could hire a third-party engineer to vet that proposal, but given the track record we have with those folks, I'm confident that's. And I will tell you that the original engineer's estimate was, what was it, Wanda, 16 million? So it came in much lower than what we thought it was going to be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Anyone wish to address, I'll open a public hearing. Anyone wish to address the board on this resolution? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, bring this back to the board.
So move. Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that we approve this resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next is a resolution to approve or deny rezoning 2026-01 CUP 2026-01 Section 86-321 waivers and modifications to PUD district owners Dickinson Land and Properties. Ware Family LLC, Dickinson Investments, applicant Ware's Crossroads Development. Charles W. Payne is the agent. Mr. Eglin.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Tom Eglin, Jr. I'm a Deputy Director for Louisa County's Community Development Department, and before you tonight are 5 requests. First request is to rezone 4 properties located 0.13 miles southeast of the intersection of Zachary Taylor Highway Route 522 and Newbridge Road Route 208, identified as tax map parcels 28-97D, 29-3, and 28-97E, zone agricultural A2 growth area overlay district, as well as parcel 29-2, zone agricultural A1 growth area overlay district, for combined acreage of 393.8417 acres to become a planned unit development in the mineral election district. The current slide shows a zoning map depicting the project parcels outlined in red. The 2040 Louisa County Comprehensive Plan designates the project parcels as mixed use inside the Lake Anna growth area. Section 3.3 of the Comprehensive Plan implementation option states that, quote, plan unit development, PUD, is applicable for larger tracts of land where mixed uses are involved, end quote. The County Land Development and Agricultural Conservation Coordinator has provided an analysis of the application in your staff packet on page 195. The second request is for a conditional use permit for multiple uses detailed in your staff packet pursuant to Section 86-312, permitted uses with a conditional use permit in the planned unit development zoning district. The third request is for a private road waiver pursuant to Section 86-567 to allow for an internal private gated road network. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to approve this request. The fourth request is a waiver and modification to the planned unit development district to allow for the proposed garden cottages to be accessed from private roads via a 20-foot access easement. The fifth request is for a master plan amendment to allow for the proposed Wares Crossroad planning and development and the existing Cut-Along Resort development to share utilities, access points, and to allow for Hole 5 and Hole 8 of the proposed Wares Crossroad Golf Course to be placed on the existing Cut-Along Resort development. The Planning Commission expressed concerns about Route 208 as development continues within that corridor. As a result of the Planning Commission's concerns, the applicant proffered a dedication of 3.07 acres of right-of-way, as shown on the current slide along New Bridge Road, for VDOT to perform future improvements. Therefore, staff requests the Board of Supervisors expand the original master plan amendment request to allow for any portion of the Wares Crossroad Golf Course to be developed on the existing Cut-Along Resort development to assist in final golf course design. The Louisa County Public Facilities...
Can you say it again? You lost me. I'm sorry.
Staff requests the Board of Supervisors...
You can just tell me. I mean...
In recent conversations with the applicant believes that they may need more flexibility in amending the final layout of their golf course. Right now, as the legal advertisement has it, is that they would only be able to expand golf course hole 5 and 8 into the existing cut-along development. Therefore, the applicant has talked to staff recently and has asked that the Board of Supervisors allow them more flexibility when they're doing the final design of the golf course as a result of them proffering 3.07 acres for future VDOT expansion.
So where's the roundabout?
The roundabout is not shown on the screen, but it's to your left, about, I guess, a quarter of a mile, maybe less than that.
Off the screen?
Off the screen, correct.
So this is the piece that's not at the corner, this is the tip of the piece that's back?
Where the pond and the old farmhouse are, past the real estate office is currently there.
I was thinking it was on the corner, and I was trying to put it, I see, okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I see, yes, I was confused on which piece it was. I was thinking it was the piece that was down below, and okay, I'm good.
To add a little more context, the Planning Commission asked that the community development staff share an older plan that VDOT had for future right-of-way expansion, and that's where this acreage came from.
If you were to straighten the road out and take the gentle the curve, and this was set aside for that, and because of that, they're asking to put two portions of the holes on this golf course on the existing master plan?
The original request was for those, absolutely.
So right here, what you can see is what was originally presented was the two red circles of the holes, but now if you look at to the northern section of this, that 208 section, because they're given 3 acres, there's going to be a little bit of shift. So the two holes that you see directly below that blue line, right there, that teal line, may end up needing to share some additional space. So I think that's hole 2 and hole 4 may need to shift a little bit. And then also hole 6 may need some overlap as well. So just with that shift.
I understand. I was just confused on where the property was. I'm clear now. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. The Louisa County Public Facilities Plan, which was adopted as an amendment to the 2040 Comprehensive Plan, allows the county the ability to identify impacts for proposed development and offers the means to consider proposed mitigation. The applicant's narrative details estimated impacts to public facilities, and the applicant has proposed voluntary contributions to address impacts to public facilities detailed in the applicant's revised proffer, labeled as Enclosure 2, starting on page 214 of your packet. A neighborhood meeting was held on February 11th, at which at least 27 individuals attended. A summary of the concerns expressed by citizens can be found in the staff packet, along with the applicant's summary of the meeting. The Planning Commission voted unanimously on March 12, 2026 to recommend approval of both REZ 2026-01 and CUP 2026-01. The Planning Commission has 19 conditions for the Board of Supervisors' consideration this evening as part of the conditional use permit request. The applicant's requested edits to the Planning Commission conditions can be found as Enclosure 1, starting on page 207. This completes staff's report, and the applicant's here to give you a presentation, and staff's willing to answer any questions you have.
Let's hear the applicant's presentation.
Good evening. My name is Joe Walsh. I'm a resident of Spotsylvania County, and I'm the corporate officer for REEF for the Wares Crossroad Development, which is a subsidiary of RP20, the owner of Cut-Along. Thank you for giving me the time tonight to speak. I thought I'd give a quick update on our company, a little update on where the project is since the last time I was here. I think it was January of last year when you allowed and voted for the amendment of the master plan to allow us to be a destination resort. Our company's had great growth. We have several like projects throughout the U.S. Those projects are centered at Black Desert, which is near Moab in southern Utah, near Deer Valley, and Deer Valley is near Park City. The projects of Marsala, Cormont, and Main Sky are there. A new project is in southern Utah near Telluride. It's called Cornerstone. And then, of course, our project Cut Along. And then now we're partners with the Sweetens Cove Golf Club, which is a exceptional, unusual golf course in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee. Just a quick recap. We amended the master plan with your approval a year and a half ago. It has allowed us to have a gated community. All the roads were taken private. It allows us to basically have the master plan and the shift of density to focus more towards a high-density resort that has rental units accompanied with destination-style amenities. So the additional project here, the parcels are in the darker area. The lighter area is the current cut along. This gives us the opportunity, the project, if with approval, gives us the opportunity to have a second golf course. A second golf course is a proven strategy that the company has used at other projects. It allows us to have, in essence, cut along as the resort golf course that is good for the members' guests, as well as someone that rents a room for us, pays transient occupancy tax via our villas, our cottages, or our stay and play units. The new course would strictly be for members and their guests. The guests, members and guests could also use the rental units there, also paying transient occupancy tax. Our application, as Mr. Eglin summarized, basically has the 5 requests, the rezoning of the parcels, the permitted uses, and I thought I'd give a quick visual summary of what the uses are. I realize there's a lot of uses that we have here. The private road waiver, similar to what we did at Cut Along. The waiver to allow us to have the road use for our cottages and our villas. And then amending the master plan that allows us to have some of the golf course on the Cut Along land. And some of that was caused by the shift in enabling the 3 acres to be deeded for the right-of-way should it be used. And then last but not least, the good news is we have plenty of capacity at the Cut Along planned second wastewater plant, and then this project would tie into the water and wastewater at Cut Along. The first one is the rezoning. There's 4 parcels, the Ware property parcel, and then the 3 Dickinson parcels. You can see that the Cut Along property is on the eastern side here, Ware's Crossroads is at the upper corner, and then the Dickinson store is on the upper left-hand side. The whole project is just short of 400 acres. The permitted use, the primary use is a private golf club. Secondary uses are a spa village, amphitheater, event lawn, an aviation helipad, glamping, which is just a form of camping for guests and grandchildren. We intend to keep the integrity of the existing farm by using the reclaimed wood, coming up with a similar use for agriculture, tourism, brewery, distillery, as well as some active sports, an indoor shooting range, and then a commercial indoor recreation. Here's some pictures that just kind of show a little bit of what we're looking for in the uses. Obviously, the primary use is it's a private golf club. The amphitheater, the event lawn, the helipad, we would allow for use with the PHI flight group from Fredericksburg for the life flight. The farm, as you drive by, you can see the existing farm in the upper left-hand corner where you see the nice pond. Our intention is we've designed the hospitality area for events, social events, some type of a whiskey experience. Our companies partner with the Sweetens Cove whiskey brand. The Sweetens Cove whiskey brand is the signature brand of the Sweetens Cove development. It's also a partner with Peyton Manning, so it's got a little bit of star glamour to it. We'll also have, as I had said, events in that here, as well as the indoor shooting range. The indoor shooting range will be open to memberships, so this would be something that the residents of Louisa County would be able to participate in. And then some of the other amenities, the axe throwing, archery, as well as outdoor paintball, they're more designed for animation for a group that's having some type of a social function together. The private road waiver is similar to the request that was done for Cut-Along. And then the last one, back to the question on the Cut-Along, you can kind of see the couple holes that are going to probably move slightly onto the Cut-Along property with us deeding the 3 acres on the northern side in the event that VDOT wishes to straighten the road out. Heard a lot about water and wastewater plants. The great thing about this project is we have the capacity at the Cut-Along wastewater plant for 200,000 gallons per day. That has a very unique permit that allows us to basically use the effluent and put the effluent on the golf course. With your approval of this project, it doubles the amount of acreage that we have for the use of effluent, and then the effluent that's used from the entire Cut-Along development can also be used to water the golf course. The standards that we have for that are exceeding the state standards right now, as we said last year when we were here and when we explained the VIPD's permit that we've received. We also have been able to do all of our nutrient. Yes, sir.
Can you go back one, please? 0.3 milligrams per liter, 0.2 phosphorus. So you're going to be getting most of your nitrogen and your phosphorus from the watering?
So the plant is designed at a standard with the nitrogen and phosphorus that's below the state level.
I understand, but the key is that the grass takes up the nitrogen and the phosphorus and uses it.
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. The first 50,000 gallons of the project are in a drain field, a mass drain field. After the first 50,000, the next 200,000 gallons are used for
each day?
Each day, yes, sir.
Okay, so the first 50,000 gallons ends up in a drain field, and after 50,000, what you produce, it ends up in a pond, which gets distributed on the golf course?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we've put the effluent pond, it's currently under construction, and it's between the two projects strategically placed.
Okay, good.
As a recap, for the nutrient credits that we receive for the wastewater plant, we work closely with LACA. We're very blessed to have such a large property. We've done about $1.5 million of stream restoration. We've gotten ample credits for the nutrient credits on site. We plan to do the same thing with the new development. Here's some pictures of the restoration of the creeks. We were also able to remove the dam from the early 1800s and replace that with wetlands. Community commitment, we're very committed to Louisa County. I was here 16 months ago and said we had a goal to achieve the state golf championship. Working closely with Louisa County, Mr. Straley, we were successful in securing the golf championship for the state this October 12th through 14th.
Good job.
Actually, Mr. Straley is quite impressive. We just sort of sat there and listened to him speak to everyone, and he got it done. We offered the facility.
Good job.
LACA Kick the Hab has been a very good annual fundraiser. We've worked closely with LACA. We have a proffer to continue to do offer an annual fundraiser. And then the EMS Newbridge station, the Gallaghers have been fabulous. We were able to work with them and raise about $40,000 last year. And then we put in a proffer for the Resource Council. We've yet to have a fundraiser for them. We need to work on that. But we did put a proffer to help with the current issues that they're having with their delivery dock. A lot of talk about budgets and benefits to the county. I thought maybe we would have Mr. Payne come up and give us a summary of the positive benefits that this project has for the county.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Chairman, other members of the board, my name is Charlie Payne. I represent the applicant. It's always a pleasure to be in Louisa County. Thank you for your time this evening. I know it's been a long night, so I'll be pretty quick. Joe was doing such a great job. I'm not sure why he quit. Why he passed the baton on. He was on a roll, that's for sure. So I'll try.
He wanted you to earn your money tonight.
I'll try not to screw it up, that's for sure. And as Joe noted, there are obviously some benefits from this project. It's consistent with your comprehensive plan. There's some financial benefits for it, and it's paying for its impacts. This is a low-density, professionally designed planned unit development. It's about 0.34 units to the acre on 393 acres. Of course, this is a mixed use with some commercial components in addition to the golf course. It's a tourism attraction component for sure, which is something that's very consistent with your comprehensive plan. A lot of the homes that are in this development we think will be second and third vacation homes. So that means not a whole lot of school-age kids. But despite that, the project is proffering per unit over $4,700 per unit to pay for whatever the potential impact could be. But the likelihood is you're not going to have a lot of school-age kids from this project. You will have public safety impacts, you will have parks and rec impacts, and of course you'll have transportation impacts, all of which we're mitigating. Again, transient occupancy for cottages and the villas. This is a destination resort with on-site amenities. As you can see, our various different menu of on-site amenities, which is done intentionally to attract investment to this location into Louisa County. Limited park and rec impacts. This project has 69% open space between active and passive. That says a lot about what we're trying to encourage on the site. And obviously with the golf course and a high-quality golf course, some of the best golf courses in the country, cut along builds here. And again, low to no impact on schools. As I noted, we are at roughly $4,762.85 per unit, and it's 79 units, so it doesn't count the short-term rentals, but it counts the homes, the estate homes, and the executive homes, which total about 79 in total units. And of that, we're paying for schools, parks and recs, public safety, sheriff's office, general administration, and for solid waste. So we're covering all of the impact bases that the county encourages under its proffer analysis. And as I noted earlier, this project will be good for investment in the county, including supporting small businesses. The project's going to generate gross revenues just under $1 million is what we're projecting at full build-out. About half of that will be net revenues to the county, so that would include all of the elements of the project, including the commercial components. We're also proffered a CTE, continuing education program for Louisa County High School and its students. That includes managerial and hourly hospitality activities and golf and groundskeeping jobs. Construction jobs, I think sometimes we forget that construction jobs are an economic development generator in a jurisdiction. Looking at roughly 900 construction jobs through the life of this project will net much less than that for full-time jobs, about 58 jobs or so will be net at full build-out. And again, this will be a positive tax generator, we think, for the county. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman. We do have some proposed changes to the conditions. I think they're minor, but I want to make sure I address those at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Did we have any questions for Mr. Payne?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Payne, for being here. Life of the project. I noticed it was phased. Do we have a timeline from shovel in the earth to completion?
I'll let Joe answer that question.
All right.
Okay. Hi, Mr. McCotter. Thank you for the question. Our current plan in the proffer analysis, I think, was an 8-year cycle for the build-out. The project undoubtedly would happen in phases. The first phase would be complete the golf course and bring in the initial real estate opportunities, and then really it's market absorption and how long that it takes for that to occur.
Okay, thank you. Another question. We heard earlier that Representative Lacka was opposing the upgrades at the Newbridge water treatment plant. How is LACA involved with advising you all on your treatment plant?
Sure. I don't know much about the Newbridge plant, but when we've worked closely with LACA with the development of the first and the second wastewater plant, LACA encouraged us to do a few things. The first one was they encouraged us not to have boat traffic and a boat ramp at the entrance because of the neighbors. They encouraged us to have more wetlands. We basically had quite the research trip at the Altria plant to learn how to best handle the wetlands. We weren't able to do something to that magnitude, but we were able to come up with a plan to increase about a half acre of wetlands and restore the creeks. They also basically encouraged us to exceed the state standard for nitrogen and phosphorus, so we're meeting the standard for that on the second wastewater plant that's exceeding the state of Virginia requirement. So I'd say we've worked closely with LACA. They've been a good partner, and they've given us some good advice, and we've done our best to follow that.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to add, we've proffered $10,000 for LACA to support them. There's also a condition in the special exception permits or special use permits that requires us to have to host an annual fundraiser for them at the golf course.
That's why I have him here.
Are there any proffers for affordable housing? Anything for, I hear you're helping the Resource Council, anything helping our Flavanna Housing Foundation or anything giving back to the community? There are some ways that I see could benefit the community, but I don't see anything to really help the needs of those citizens that are living here, even the workers that would be working for your facility.
Address that. We currently have the master plan for Cuddalong has a phase that has about 300 or about 200 single-family homes. We're working with county staff right now. We're requesting a pre-application meeting to make those a higher density. No change in density, but a smaller units that could be more for affordable. The Cuddalong project does have an obligation for an AMI fixed amount of townhomes. We're looking to exceed that. We're in the same boat. We're not going to fly people in to work the jobs here. We need to employ folks from Louisa County. We need to work with the schools, and they need affordable place to live. So I think with us working with the current density we have, come in with smaller, higher density units that are townhomes or something that can be a little more affordable, and that's our strategy. And it's beneficial to the county. It's beneficial to us.
Any question?
And Mr. Chairman, I did not note earlier, and my apologies, but our proposed changes to the conditions since the Planning Commission should be in your packet. I don't know what page. Tom may know that, but I didn't want you to think that we just made them up before we got here today.
Starts on 207 and it's in yellow, is that right, Tom? Yeah. Highlighted in yellow.
Mr. Walsh, I do have a question. You mentioned the indoor shooting range. What's the hours? What guidelines do you have around that?
So we were asked by the Planning Commission and by county staff to limit some of the hours, specifically on Sunday morning, and then the actual hours of it, Mr. Eglin?
8 to 10. Not before 8, not past 10, according to the amendment.
So the Planning Commission requested for both indoor and outdoor be limited to 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. During Monday through Saturday, and then Sunday would be 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. The applicant is requesting that be extended to 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. for both indoor and outdoor Monday through Sunday.
Yeah, I see it now. Mr. Barnum, this is for you, Tom.
Mr. Hagelin, I sat in that meeting, and it was a rather lengthy meeting with the Planning Commission, and they were very good about addressing everything the Planning Commission brought up. There are so many things that were discussed. I certainly don't remember all of them. My question to you is, in the updated proffers, I do notice about the shooting range and the outdoor one, that is certainly not going to be a noise generator, being it's archery, pinball, and air rifles. The indoor one has sound mitigation, so that should be okay. My question though is, of all the things that were discussed, if they pretty much got everything covered, it looks like it do, but so that I'm not going just solely off of memory. If they got everything addressed at the Planning Commission that was discussed.
The conditions were track changed and sent to the chairman of the Planning Commission, who did confirm that the items have been addressed, he believes, satisfactorily.
Except for the Sunday, which they're requesting to stay from 8 to 10.
So the request to go back to the original time would be from the applicant. So
Yeah.
the planning commission wanted to keep it 1 to 10 on Sunday.
Except for the 8 to 10 on Sunday, everything else is
Yeah,
exactly
yeah.
like the planning commission
Yes,
said.
yes, Supervisor, I
Okay.
apologize.
Okay.
And what was the, you said it, but I had a hard time hearing it. What was the acreage that you proffered for the road straightening? Three acres? It's over 3 acres, right? I mean, you know, I've not been doing this long with some of these people on the board, but that's an amazing amount of land to proffer out of a development. So anything you can do to help correct Route 208, we've had discussions way on early. That's why you have a secondary entrance on 522 to relieve pressure on the traffic circle, to relieve pressure on 208. So I appreciate that. You have taken the road consideration to heart from the very beginning when we started talking about this, because for whatever reason, it seems like right there where you go into, how do you pronounce that?
Along.
No,
The other one.
what's that road right there? Well, somebody just said it. Yeah, there's been accident after accident there in the last month or two.
Maple Springs, the other side of the road.
So I do appreciate you taking that into consideration. Are we good? Are you good?
Yes, sir.
You good, Charlie?
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions for these folks? So before I open the public hearing, because I have several cards up here, I need a motion that we can extend this meeting past 10 o'clock.
So move one for.
I don't really want to do that.
Well, that's all right. We got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the meeting can, 6 to 1, okay. All right, well, you all have a seat. We'll open the public
I
hearing.
tried to get you out here.
At halftime now.
It's halftime, don't matter. Who's winning?
First card I have is Sandy O'Brien.
Good evening. I'll try to keep it short. I know everybody's got some ball game they want to go watch. My name's Sandy O'Brien. I'm in the Cuckoo District here in Louisa County. And my family has owned property here for over 40 years. And so I've seen a lot of change in this county. And we all know that growth is going to happen. It's going to happen. There's no way to stop it. But it's up to us to decide how we want the county to grow and who we want as neighbors. Personally, I don't want high-power transmission wires or towers as neighbors. I don't want data centers, but a world-class resort. Sure, sign me up. I'll take that. Reef has invested millions of dollars in this beautiful resort that it's building. And it's world-class, and it's right here in Louisa County. I just can't believe it. It's so beneficial to the whole county. It's going to, as everybody has heard people say before me, increase our property tax dollars in our coffers. It gives us jobs. I work there. I've got a great job there, and I don't have to drive an hour to Richmond or Charlottesville anymore to have this great job. We've got great benefits. There'll be other jobs too. There are lots of jobs open right now. Send people over. We need help. It'll also bring tourists and tourist dollars, which will also bring more growth and businesses to the area. That's what we need. It plays right into what people before me have said, the diversity of the income streams for the county. More meal tax money and more transient occupancy tax money in our coffers. All of these will bring much needed tax dollars to our county, and I just think it's awesome. Tributor is a shining star, and it's an awesome addition to our county. It's absolutely the highest and best use for this piece of property. In summary, I'd be proud to have Tributor as a neighbor, and I wholeheartedly endorse this rezoning, and I strongly encourage you to please do it so we can proceed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Jack Matthews.
Good evening, Jack Matthews. I live in the Mineral District. Mr. Chairman, distinguished board members, thank you for allowing me to speak before you this evening. I've lived in the Mineral District for over 30 years now, owned property in it for over 40 years now, and I watched the property at that corner struggle for about 20 years of people trying to develop that into a golf course. And a company came in called Reef Capital And I didn't even believe it was going to happen. But sure enough, they made a commitment in Mineral, Virginia, to take that piece of property to a first-class championship golf course, a community that I still pinch myself when I go up to the clubhouse. Some of you have been there, and I wish all of you would go there. It is amazing what they've done for the county. Truly a first-class operation. Always concerned about the environment, what's going on there, no shortages on anything they do, no cutting of any corners. It's just a first-class operation. We've all heard all the benefits of, in our growth zone, the taxes that are going to be coming in, very low impact on the county. As we know, this isn't going to be a lot of children involved in the new Wares Crossroads Resort. But I'm talking more of what it's doing for our community and what it's doing for the face of Louisa County. And that's what they've really brought here. It is first class. People show up there, and this is now going to be a beautiful face of Louisa. People are going to be coming here from New York and Pennsylvania and South Carolina and North Carolina, and the buzz is already out there about what we have and where we're going. And I'm going to ask each of y'all to please support what they've already done. It's brought a lot to our community already, and they're going to be bringing a ton more to our community. And I'll put one other little hat on. I was a planning commissioner for the Mineral District for 4 years. And one thing that I always appreciated is when my board took the recommendation of its planning commission, and the planning commission has already voted 7-0 to move this forward. And I would ask each of you to follow in the path of your planning commissioners and give it a thumbs up tonight. Appreciate your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Jimmy Snyder. The Mineral District's well represented tonight.
Good evening. My name is Jimmy Snyder. I'm in the Mineral District. For those wondering, the score is 33-29. Michigan is winning. It's halftime.
You ruined it for me. I was recording it now. It's no
You
good.
kept me here. I'm ruining it for you.
I was going to say if I'm against it now.
So I do support the Reef Properties advancement. I am their neighbor. I live in Shorewood, so I back right up to their community. Any boat traffic that comes from that resort is going to pass my community. I'm a supporter of it. We love it. Being next door, we're members. We enjoy going. I have 2 young kids. We take our kids there all the time playing golf. It's something that I'd have to travel long distance to do. My father and parents have moved in town just so they can play golf with us. So I appreciate it. I support it. I hope you guys continue to support the new resort. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider.
Can't believe you ruined the score for me.
All right, I've got a couple that were sent in. I'll read in a minute. Is there anyone else that's here in public that wishes to address the board during the public hearing? Okay, this is from Pat Gallagher, who is the president of the Foundation for Lake Anna Emergency Services. This will be entered into the record, but it's a letter of support from the foundation for the resort. This is a letter from Valerie Bagby. It is not quite as supportive, but it will be entered into the record as well. Is there anyone else before I close public comment that wishes to address the board? All right, so I'll close public comment. Yes, sir.
Just one point of clarification. I may have understood the questions from Supervisor Barlow and Williams, but from the Planning Commission, their conditions are on packet page 201 to 206. That was from Planning Commission and addressed all their concerns.
And starting at 207.
Starting on packet page 207, the applicant after.
Which is a carbon copy of that, except for which is in yellow.
Correct, with just some minor changes.
I did not misunderstand you. I'm good, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? So we have, Ms. Ragland, we have 5 votes, correct?
Chairman, we have 4. The Planning Commission has already taken care of the task of approving the private road waiver for you.
All right, you stay right there as I read these out.
Move we approve all 4.
Second.
I don't think, you got to do them individually, don't you?
Do we? Why? Why would we?
I think we do. We have to do them individually, don't we? There's rezonings, they're all different.
Move we do number 1.
Second.
All right, which is rezoning from A2 parcels to A1 to planned unit development. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next
Move we
is,
do number 2.
all right, section 86-312. I want to make sure we get this right. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes
We
unanimously.
do number 4.
Second.
Which is a modification of the planned unit development. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next
We do number 5.
is a review of the master plan amendment. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Barnes.
So moved.
Second.
Been properly moved and second. We adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.